Hope you're having a lovely time this Saturday afternoon. Back. I'm back. Got these Demon Oracle and Halloween Oracle decks here. And I'm going to do a general reading of the Demon cards. Think of it as it could be a message about a karmic situation or relationship. Could be about even said karmics revisiting during these last few days of retrograde, of Mercury anyway. Could also be still in regards to finances, money, career, or anything that comes to mind when you hear the mantra. Because during Halloween season, I let the demons do whatever they want instead of restricting them to the laborious and financial woes of Halloween Oracle. I was like really sure John Lennon was going to be my first read for the month, but I also promised him I'd make this boozy coffee drink. Maybe I'll save that for his actual birthday, even if I don't end up streaming on his birthday, and we'll still do John Lennon tonight because at least no one will be upset if they miss it. Come on, he's not here all the time. I got so many John Lennon videos. Who gives a fuck? No offense. All offense. Don't care. Let's roll this ad before we get going. But yeah, we're going to start with the demons, and then we're going to do the Halloween Oracle, and probably, I would say maybe close out with the... I almost said demon cards. Close out with the angel cards, the mandalas. Just as a nice balance. A closer. I think that sounds nice. And I'm going to do it every day for 31 days straight. And if I should miss a day, then I'll double up on the days I miss. So, hi. Hi. I'm about to play this ad so that we don't have to do it later. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Chill out. Just kidding. Had a long night last night. I guess, oh well. Didn't really sleep today. I was streaming until like the very, very wee hours of the midnight, if you will, to the point where it was morning. And then I tried to sleep, and I think I got 3.5 hours in and woke up with panic for no reason other than oh no, my period's coming. Crazy. I just was like, nope, I'm good. I'm not gonna have nightmares right now. I'm awake. I think I took a nap for like an hour. So I'm a bit tired, but sometimes it's a good thing when I'm doing the channel messages, you know? Like, I think it's honestly probably for the best that I'm a little tired if I'm not gonna get drunk and stuff. Infinite possibilities, right? Yeah, I don't always. I mean, I'm pretty good at getting like an exact 8 hours of sleep every night. I'm a pretty healthy person, but when I'm about to drop clots, I get insomnia and intrusive thoughts, among other things. Writhing pain and stuff, anxious thoughts, um, pain deep inside my bones, joints, and muscles, just random stuff like that. So it's like I wanted to sleep, and I laid in bed when I wasn't sleeping, but having my eyes closed was too much today. It's like one factor of spooky season, the veil is thin, so I just am seeing and hearing like a whole lot lately. But it's also like the premenstrual dysphoria gives me nightmares and intrusive thoughts that are often violent. Oh, that's weird. Do you feel like you're stuck in a time loop when you sleep or when you're awake and go to sleep and wake up? Because essentially the day is a time loop where it's like the same block of 24 hours, the same repeating days every week. Like that is essentially what a time loop is, isn't it? Like doing the same thing every day. Sticking to a schedule is a kind of a time loop, and that's why I like refuse to use schedules because I refuse to acknowledge time in the sense that we're on a linear path when in reality we are experiencing time as a spatial entity. Ooh, I feel that. I think we all are. It's weird. It's weird, right? Why are we all just like waiting for a fucking miracle lately? Because everything sucks real bad, but we still are hopeful and happy. So we're like, damn, maybe things will turn around and get better. We just gotta have faith. But in what? We don't know anymore. We're not sure there was anything to have faith in to begin with. But I guess that's what made the 90s so fucking cool is that people were very nihilistic and yet very compassionate and even passionate about life. Um, Plus a lot of major changes probably going on in the galaxy at that time. And transitioning into the new millennium most likely transitioned us into a new time era in the sense of people wondering kind of exactly when the takeovers happened, and it's like probably 1999. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. It's way too many. I don't have one. I was trying to just come on here every day, and when I need a day off, I'll just be like, yo, I'm taking a day off. And then sometimes I need 2 days off, and I'm like, okay, I'm taking 2 days off. And that's why I figured Discord was a good idea so that I can tell y'all there when the fuck I decide to do it. I do not have a schedule. My whole point of doing this was to have such a schedule that it can just be whenever I want. No, I took 3 days off. I try not to do that. I go for 2, but that's the thing. I was like, oh, I kind of want to stream on Tuesday, but I wasn't going to take it off. Wednesday, I was like, yeah, I could totally stream right now. Didn't because I promised I'd take it off. And then Thursday, I was like, okay, stream night. And I was like, nah, fuck this, I can't. So I'm trying to lean into not scheduling myself a day off, but just taking a day off when I need it. Sometimes I go overboard, though, and that's kind of my problem. And that's why I got to force myself to pick a day to remember to take a day off because I'm real good at not realizing that I need to stop until I'm snapping about the stress that I'm under when Tyler Durden comes around. So I'm learning. And I still walked probably at least a mile and practiced my vocals today, even though I was, well, thank you. Missed y'all too. been getting it a lot. It was 3 days, but it does. It. I also was kind of missing it. That's what I was saying. Like my forced days off. I was like, I could stream right now, even though what I talk shit. All right, I have a lot of demons on this table, and I feel like I don't usually do super big spreads or anything, but I feel like I'm doing it right now. Okay, it's probably too many, but whatever. Rahovart is on the bottom of the deck. And we've got, at the focus, we've got Volak and Cerberus. Okay. That's like at the core of things, at the bottom of everything, if you will. We must talk in every telephone, get eaten off the web. We must rip out all the epilogues from the books that we have read. And in the face of every criminal strapped firmly to a chair, we must stare, we must stare, we must stare. It's early for my crowd. A lot of them are in Australia, apparently, and it's like 5 hour, 6 hour, 7 hour difference from anywhere in the US where I'm at. I think, from what I've gathered from what they've said. I could be wrong. But yeah, I usually start an hour or two later than present time. So that's where the homie's at. I like to do inspired looks for Halloween. Example, today is kind of like a take on sort of like the Kim Possible Sonya Blade archetype. Maybe a little Tomb Raider-ish, you know what I mean? Dun, 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 dun. So that's today's inspired, you know? But I don't know yet, actually. I haven't given it much thought. For some reason. No, I don't. How would I know? Wait, let me guess. You are not one of those people who's going to go as a turd. He's like, fuck, now I gotta think of something else. Just kidding. Okay, good. What are you going to be? I'm usually pretty stoked on Halloween and dressing up. Okay. Go for it. It's like kind of weird, but like if you're going to do drag, do it up, even though I'm wearing men's pants right now. I love that. I mean, okay, what do you mean by impersonate? Like, are you trying to fucking steal my identity? Because, like, I hate to break it to you. There ain't much going on here. I just would pick someone else more lucrative, honestly. But if you mean just dress up like me and try to talk like me, sure. Okay, I would love that, actually. You'll channel me, maybe, if you will. Is that why you watch my channels? So you can make like the most legit, realistic Halloween costume ever? Or is this like my new stalker kind of thing? No, I think it's funny. Why not be me for Halloween? I think it's great. You'll be the first of who knows how many could ever, you know? It's great. Even if you don't do it. Listen. Cerberus? No, I always say that wrong. Cerberus? Cerberus. Focus on humility and finding comfort within needs instead of wanting beyond budget. At the core of every lesson, these are the mantras. Focus on humility and finding comfort within means instead of wanting beyond budget. Don't get caught up in consumerism. It's really not that important. We're in a very sick cycle. It needs to be stopped. Next, we got Volak. Beware of underestimating soft-spoken or mild-mannered individuals. Many capable individuals are easily overlooked because they are quiet. So once again, at the core of all these lessons, beware of underestimating soft-spoken or mild-mannered individuals. Many capable individuals are easily overlooked because they are quiet. Keep those things in mind as we go continue. What's funny? I think I'll start with my Cal for my spread because I. Oh God, are you saying that I'm gonna be one of your personalities? It's kind of cute. Is it weird that I'm flattered? You shouldn't, I don't think. It's not like, no, that's probably creepy. I should definitely not encourage that kind of behavior. But have you ever seen United States of Tara? She kind of just takes people's personalities too. It's like a thing. You should watch it. She's more DID than whatever you said about your. Can't remember the name. I think we all have multiple personalities, though. I know I do. I go by several names. So, starting with a Michael. Focus on opening yourself to greater power and reputation. Yeah, that. Focus on opening yourself to greater power and reputation. Okay, so that's cool. The days of being humble are over. Love that. The next card's face down next to a card that's face up, and over top them is a sideways card face down. So when something is face down, it needs to come to surface and it is yet to be revealed. And when something's face up, it's very present and obvious even. So when something's on its side, it can kind of go either way. And I don't usually read the demons in anything but the upright because it's a mantra. But I also usually restrict the topic of information that they share. And so I feel like because we are expanding it and because it's Halloween month, I am allowing the side cards for no reason. And I have one reverse. So we'll see how that factors in. But let's see what's kind of like stopping this, whatever this is, from happening. We got Flaga on its side. Flaga is about something about the wind. It's like Swedish. Acting with swiftness, I think. Something like that. What's Flaga trying to tell us here? Focus on clearing away debris, physical or mental obstructions. Okay, yeah. So you kind of have to. This card is saying you need to really decide what in your life is something to be focused on and what is simply a distraction that you are intentionally focusing on. What is the actual work versus busy work, right? What is the goal versus what is the game? And you have to decide that for yourself before you proceed. So in the upright face up, after this blockage is removed, we have Ukabak. And Ukabak is a fucking cutie, first of all. Love him. TUV, right? TVU. Here we go. Beware of taking workers for granted. Okay, yeah. So it's like there is something that still needs to happen for someone to have the realization that they have to show people respect in a sense, which kind of sounds pretty nuts. But there's still something that's going to happen so that when you are more aware of taking people and workers for granted. Non-management workers in retail, construction, service, and other industries may sometimes seem invisible, but those individuals are essential to a smoothly running society. Closer to home, take care to appreciate those individuals working under your leadership. Yeah, okay. So what kind of, if you're a boss, then it would apply to you. If you have a boss, it would apply to them. Okay, you see what I mean? And I guess it can also be when you go into public, like, are you treating people well? It's almost concerning when I see stuff, cards like this, where it's like, how are y'all acting out there? Even on the internet, be courteous. Fuck it. So what's stopping this realization from happening? Bail. 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 Beware of status symbols, names, ranks, or positions. Be sure that the person behind the title is worth the esteem. Oh, I didn't know you left. Oop, ad break before we unpack this one. Okay. Anyways. Bayo. So beware of status symbols. Yeah. So sometimes, here's the thing, what is stopping this energy of like treating people better and appreciating people more in your life is either if you are someone with status or of status symbol, then perhaps you have to get that ego in check. Or if you are caught up with someone in their status, then you have to have a deeper understanding of who they actually are, which you learn through how they treat people. You must recognize 9 numbers in an eye, we have a soul, etc. Oops. Yeah. So before you can see if someone's a good leader or good management or good boss or good person, you have to really know how they treat people, and they have to understand that even people without the rankings are worthy of your time and respect. Okay, so Fur. Focus on enduring love and passion. Beware of strong emotions becoming destructive. Yeah, that's the thing we were saying. You have to. Okay. Nice guys finish last, but kind men finish second. You know what I mean? Anyway, focus on enduring love and passion. Beware of strong emotions becoming destructive. As we were saying, is it a focus or a distraction? You just started following me? Oh, and you're a new account? Jesus Christ. Who are all y'all people? Like the account that made made itself last night? Why? Pops up when I do the BRB screen. I don't know what the fuck I have the setting on, even if it happened like 20 minutes prior. It'll just show up the next time I'm on the BRB, usually. Yeah, make sure that your focuses are focuses and not distractions. So when you do start focusing on this enduring love and passion and being able to control your emotions, like the stronger they are, the harder they are to control, but you become sort of a master of it as to not destroy the world around you, right? So once this happens, what's the next phase is, ooh, Adramelech. Showy little dude. Adramelech comes through after you find this eternal love within you. And it's beware of judging by appearances, especially those who dress to impress but have no substance behind the style. Interesting. Beware of judging by appearances, especially those who dress to impress but have no substance behind their style. So, kind of goes hand in hand with all the like treat others the way you want to be treated, and make sure people are treating others the way that you would treat them, right? And the way you want them to treat you. okay? And knowing whether or not someone's worth the respect just because they have the title is the same thing, whether they look good, are they really worth the time just because they have monetary worth or whatever. Um, it's funny because it also is like, are some of your relationships based on physical attraction, right? Stuff like that. Cool. Got two cards on its side here, and then another one face down on its side and one in reverse. And then we have another two up here, one in the upright and one face down on its side. I guess I could go in order, but something's telling me to do the middle one first. So we've got Bailan and Paimon on the side. So it could go in either direction. We'll start with Bailan and see what's going on there. Focus on listening instead of speaking, observing instead of being observed. So this is basically knowing when to talk and when to shut up, knowing who to confide in and who to keep secrets from. It's not necessarily about listening and observing entirely. If it's on its side, it can go either way. Either you need to speak up to some or you need to shut up to others, and you got to know the difference between the two, more or less. And Paimon... Paimon also on the side. Beware of unfavorable first impressions. Many intelligent and knowledgeable individuals are awkward or abrasive at first as a defense mechanism. One should watch for those actions within oneself. If you don't like the way people are acting towards you, maybe it's time to reflect and realize that you too have acted this way, if not towards them, then at some point in the past, if not presently. Okay? Beware of unfavorable first impressions. So this could go either way. That's interesting because I feel like this card is very dynamic in the sense that it says one should watch for those actions in oneself. So if it's on its side, it could be you or them. But maybe it goes both ways in that sense where, like, neither one of you made a very good impression on each other if we're talking about karmics or something, or how to complete a cycle and whatnot. It's interesting. I don't know. Got a little derailed there. Let's just move on to Moloch is sitting here and it's upright. Beware of stern punishments and unyielding strictness. Yeah, relax. Let it flow. You don't need to be a fucking control freak. We just talked about poor management and disrespecting people and disrespecting workers and shit. Beware of stern punishments and unyielding strictness. You gotta, like, ease up. People are allowed to do what they want to do. And you can, like, be in charge or be the boss and have the money or the talent or whatever, make the calls, be the parent. However, is that really a way that you want anyone that you love to live is, like, under your rule? Feeling constricted, oppressed, and controlled. Ew, sounds kind of strange, doesn't it? Next to it is the face down on its side demon card here, Berivra. So let's see what's up with Berivra and why it's undecided. Berivra. Beware of allowing fear to overcome logic. Focus on gaining knowledge to conquer fears instead of trying to destroy things we don't understand. Okay. At this time of year, things are dying or in the process of dying, right? That's sort of the whole point of autumn, and we move into winter, and it's all dead, and then we have rebirth in spring. So now is a time where you are kind of deciding what to let go of this season and what to plant again for next year, okay? So if Berivra is face down on its side, then we have no idea which way we're going to go at this point. We're trying our best to use logic, but maybe we do need an outside opinion. Maybe we do need to read another book or even stop looking for insight and look within. I think this is basically saying that no, there are no conclusive answers at this time. There's no way to make this like a this or that thing. To me, it's just reading as like, there is not currently an answer, and that's what you don't see, is that there is nothing that's been decided yet. Behind the scenes, forwardly, in the 3D, 5D, doesn't matter. It's kind of still up in the air, indecisive. So you have to just sit there and sit with that realization that you still may not know what's happening. Okay. So we have Gamora, no, Gamori, in reverse as well here. Let's see, Gamori. Focus on finding and gaining new love or inspiration. So that's the second love card that came up. The other one was about enduring love and passion, and this one is focused on finding and gaining new love or inspiration. It's in reverse. So if you imagine it's the opposite, maybe it is about returning to old love and remembering some of your past muses, or if things ended not badly, or like, you have unfinished business, now is a good time to address it and chase it in a sense, where this isn't a time for new love. It's about healing um, either previous connections or like present connections, enjoying what you have now, enjoying what's in front of you in a sense, or like I said, actually returning to someone. So there is this sense of maybe even not wanting to move on. Okay. But above Gamori in the reverse is a face down card on its side, and it's Buffonite. Buffonite is the antidote. It's basically DMT when you think about it, because it comes from the skull of frogs and is supposed to cure your ails of the mind. Focus on finding worth and beauty in circumstances or items that others may regard as ugly. So if this was on its side and face down, there's something that you are maybe not seeing about the situation, and you have to decide if it's as ugly as they say it is, or if there is actually beauty worth seeing in the situation. Okay? So that's going to be up to you, where it's like, once again, if it wasn't a super bad breakup, if it wasn't a bitter ending, if you've lost touch or had to move or something, like if it just simply didn't work out, I think that now is the time where it might start to work out. And that's why it's like not to find new love, but to gain love in your current situations or revisit some old flames and get it reignited. Okay? So, cool. Ooh, got two more. Fuck it, I guess. It's still pretty quiet. Later it gets. I wonder. I also have yet to decide what order if I'm just gonna go in the order of the ooh, got more demons. Maybe I'll just read these for a while, but I feel like, okay, Leonard, if I'm trying to do the demons every day, I can't be pulling like 20 of them, right? That's crazy, because I'm just reading them out of the book. Yeah, maybe we should stop. But I have 4 on the table. Fuck it. Beware of fawning for attention from authority figures or superiors for no other reason than position, right? So making sure people are worth the esteem. Sycophanting, like really just wanting to know someone just because they know someone, just because they know someone who could help with this or that. Yeah, it's like a series of ass kissing, it seems like. None of that, dude. None of that. Thamus. Beware of misinformation through the telephone game. Gossip and rumors push through many sources until the original facts are completely lost. Trust no one. Ooh, it was literally 33 minutes, 33 seconds, and 3 viewers when I said trust no one, and that is on Fox Mulder. Okay. Got Genga Grandma here. Beware of excessive pride, bragging, or not judging a situation or knowing all the facts before getting involved. Okay, I think I'm sensing there's like some big karmic situation that's about to maybe break through or solve itself or be solved or absolved from you. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Beware of Marchocius. Beware of false hopes. Knowing something is impossible and striving for it anyways can take the energy that could be used for attainable goals. Heard. I think these came to crush my dreams tonight, and that's perfectly okay. There are new dreams to be had. And last but not least, Zafan. We've got Zafan. Oh. What TikTok link? Beware of being swept into a mob mentality of taking disputes and protests of violent or disruptive actions. Okay. You better be able to handle rejection. You're going to want to be able to handle rejection. It's going to be very important to realize that, hey, some people are out here trying to break their karmic cycles, not fix them. Some people realize that they're in two different places and are willing to revisit but not doing it right now, etc., etc. Yeah, lots of lessons to be learned. So it is what it is. Let it burn. Let it burn. Let it burn. Right? But also, we were weary about information coming through during Libra season. And it's funny that it was like, make sure you get all the facts straight. Don't get swept up into a mob mentality. Avoid the telephone game. Make sure people are worth the esteem, etc. And it's just interesting to see that it's like, so we can't necessarily trust everything that we have been told or are going to be told as the season unfolds over the course of the next 3 weeks. Okay. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. That was a pretty good demon reading. Fuck. They don't really last much longer than 30 minutes. We don't have to do more tarot yet. We can wait. I don't know, I guess we could do a John Lennon reading. I didn't decide or ask anyone what they would prefer for the Halloween, 31 days of Halloween. With the Halloween Oracle, the channel messages. And also, I only have 26 names on my list, and I need 31. And I wanted to have all 31 names before I started doing the readings. But I could start, and I also was pretty certain that I was going to start with John Lennon on the first, but then I was like, oh, maybe I should have scheduled it better and asked people. But I do John Lennon readings a lot, so it feels like, yeah, that would be appropriate, because if you miss it, you've probably already seen one. And it'll probably come up again and whatnot. So, yeah. So, let's get it. I don't really use TikTok that much. I randomly will post a video or 2 or 3 and forget to use it for 3 months, 3 weeks, whatever. I kind of don't want to rush into the Halloween Oracle because, I know people usually join in a bit later in the evening. And I guess, I don't know, sometimes the weekends are slow for me. I'm literally on Instagram. Sorry, I don't know. I'm so tired. I'm not going to drain myself, and nobody even gives a shit. LOL. I'm not even paying attention to the stream. It's whatever. Okay. So, ad break. I love how I was just sitting here on Instagram, and then I look up and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm still streaming. But then, like I said, I roll my ads so we don't get pre-rolled ads every 20 minutes. So, yeah, let's take a quick sec and recuperate. Like I said, it's early, it's quiet. I guess this is usually a pretty good time to do the Halloween Oracle. But I don't know, it doesn't really feel like the vibe is there yet for me. So, any questions or random commentary is welcome at this time. Be right back. S stands for stoner. How we doing tonight? Everybody good? I had to change the lighting. I think that was my problem, is I put like one of my rotating rainbow lights on to try to be like, it's fun and cool, and I just was sitting here like, yeah, no, this is too much. It's too bright. I had to admit where I'm at, because dealing with PMDD, it's like, even if I'm managing my emotions and coping with the inherent rage from my peaking levels of testosterone and the inevitable bloodshed that is to come, the nightmares, intrusive thoughts, insomnia, cramps, etc., still affect me. So there's still like, it's still an ebb and flow where even if I feel okay mentally in a way, or I have the strength to get up and go for a mile long walk, I still struggle where it's like, yeah, no, I don't really like a whole lot of noise. Don't really like the bright lights. It's not necessarily at the migraine point right now, but yes, I get migraines too. So I just had to be real. I was not in a very, not that I'm not in a good mood, but like, no, I'm not feeling super hype. I'm feeling pretty dragged down. Sarah Paulson's coming to town, you know what I'm saying? So I just had to chill. I was trying to kind of like be more hyped than I'm feeling. And I think that's why I needed such a long break, was, like I said, overdid it with the lights, overdid it with the energy. Um, just kind of even rushed myself into the whole night, even though I sat here for probably an hour before I started. So, yeah, it just depends on where I'm at in my cycle. Some nights I get on here in 5 minutes or less, and I'll go for 5, 6, 7 hours straight. You've seen it. And then some nights it's like this. No, there's no way to. There's some meds that you can take to treat PMDD, but like, there's nothing that works specifically for PMDD. It just treats other symptoms that you have from having PMDD. And I have tried a number of things that have not worked, and I've talked to many other thousands of people who say things work for a limited amount of time, and I'd rather not be in the game of getting on and off a bunch of drugs when I am someone who's trying to stay sober and off drugs. It's a slippery slope. It doesn't matter if it's an SSRI or something administered to me legally by a fucking white coat. Like, no. It's a slippery slope to ask me to take pills every day or take pills when I'm feeling upset. You know, if I'm having suicidal ideations, why are you handing me a bottle of pills? I'm sorry, what? Can I just swallow them then? Next time I'm upset, thank you for that. My new method? No thanks. I've done the med game. And of course, like I said, there's not really actually medication for PMDD. They just give you bipolar meds or antidepressants or birth control or whatever pill, whatever doctor seems applicable. And there's been a general consensus among hundreds of thousands of people dealing with this issue saying none of them are super long term. And it gets worse over time. And like, not even a hysterectomy. So not even a, whatever they call it when they take your ova out, nothing stops it. So even though I am getting better all the time, I have darker months than others, whatever. Last month was pretty bad. I think this month it doesn't seem so bad. Yeah, it's like, I don't think they really understand us enough, and it's weird that we just became accustomed to taking the drugs, and I just refuse to be one of those people. And I guess there's something wrong with it, because some people are living like extremely human lives and they need that, and I get it. And maybe they have no issues with drugs prior, or they have no issues with popping pills or being suicidal, so good for them, they get to use meds. However, I lean towards more holistic solutions because it's been so difficult to be a part of the Western medical system, especially when health insurance is so fucking whack to begin with, that your options are always limited of what you can do. What do you need to become me? Because that's weird. Who even are you? I'm just kidding. I didn't mean to bring it up again. Okay, good. I'm really glad. I do a lot of different things. I do meditation, I exercise, I make sure that I get outside every day. Yeah, definitely environment is key. Having a low stressful environment and a peaceful household is top of my list. I'm very ritualistic about my cleaning and stuff, like I can't do anything in the day unless I'm in a fresh place. I like reorganizing a lot. Big on that. I think it's probably very close to feng shui, but I've never studied actual feng shui, but it's like my own perhaps version of feng shui. I'm sorry if this is getting disconnected. I never know when my video player reloads. Sometimes it disconnects and sometimes it doesn't. Even last night when my whole thing glitched out, apparently it didn't disconnect and start the video over, which has happened on my channel before. I feel so much better now that I changed the lighting. It literally, I think that's why I was feeling the way I did. I overstimulated myself. Like I said, sometimes I don't mind bright lights and I don't mind colorful and being hyped, but there are nights like this where it's like, nah, the blood is coming. I should have just known to stick with the red lights, especially if I'm talking to dead people. I don't know why I did the bright lights. It really kind of killed the first 40 minutes of this fucking reading. So y'all didn't really miss a thing except for an entire demon reading, which you might want to see. It was cool. It was very like blah blah blah. It was kind of droned on. Maybe I should just I'll pull like a couple more demons. You can look back and watch them, but I was in a weird mood, and I think it was the lighting because as soon as I changed the lighting, I was feeling like I could do this again. Yeah. So when I am premenstrual, I can't do so much of the loud or the bright or the colorful, the distracting. Whereas a week ago, y'all saw me listening to music, talking to you, doing tarot readings, and having colorful lights on. Wild experience, right? To just not even know who you're going to wake up and be in a day necessarily. So, welcome. It's gonna be a bumpy ride, gonna be a bumpy ride. LOL, that's me. Don't wear it out. The trolls come, they don't even know that I'm the lol son. But please leave me alone. Grow up, get new jokes. Lol Rogan over here, okay? Chill. Okay. Ooh, okay. Service came up twice, so that's gonna be pretty important. I guess we can count Mammon. God, the lighting really did make me feel so much better. It's almost sad. Okay, Cacrinolas is at the bottom of the deck, and honestly, Cacrinolas I remember. This is a warning. It's like beware of finding out personal information about others only to use it against them. I will look it up and read it to be very certain. Cerberus came up in the reading earlier. Like I said, you can watch it, but I had a very weird presence, and I am now only just now realizing it's the bright lighting. It's crazy. If you watch it, or if you did see it, you would notice the difference in my mood and how I took like a 20-minute break and now I am finally like in the groove of things. It's just crazy how streaming gives me this very unique opportunity to be able to like document the series of events that happens within a womb cycle. And like the thing is, in reality, all my other jobs that I've had, I have never been accommodated to, except for when I worked. I'll just be honest. When I worked for Lush, that was the most accommodating job I had. I'm not saying they were the best company by any means. Like, I'm not really speaking on them either way, but my coworkers and employers and the whole structure of the company, that was the only job I felt comfortable calling off and taking mental health days and telling them what was actually going on in my life and having those moments where it's like being around people who would see my face go fucking white and they'd be like, what's wrong? And I'd be like, oh, I already emptied my Diva cup twice. And they'd be like, you've been here for an hour and a half. And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, you should go home. Like, anywhere else would just force me back out on the floor. So, like, I usually remain pretty anonymous, but that's a big enough company where I guess it doesn't matter where I was. 11111. That was the only time I feel like a job ever accommodated to my disability that was not and still is not on paper. So I am, that's the thing. So I'd have to go to work no matter what. So you can see the drastic difference in personality just by watching my streams this week, let alone my streams from last week. And you can imagine that working for myself and being at home and talking about whatever I want to is a lot easier than having to go take orders. or having to sell products, or having to sit at a fucking computer, or having a fucking bro. As some parts of me can do that, other parts of me cannot. And that's why I tested this out where I am very open about not having a stream schedule. I'm sorry. People are like, oh, didn't know if you were on, didn't know if I missed you, didn't know when you were going to stream. I use Discord. I'll post the link where I have a, I'm still learning about Discord, but I have a, what? My Illuminated Mindfuck. My text channel. I have one for tarot stream announcements. Because I don't know how else to tell people on Twitch when I'm doing it, and I do post it on Instagram. So I'll share that link right now if you want the updates. But yeah, that's why I don't schedule streams, is because, like, I don't know what it's going to be like. And I gave myself 2 days off like I would get at a regular job this week, and I said Tuesday, Wednesdays are going to be my day off. And then on Tuesday and Wednesday, I wanted to stream real bad, and then Thursday when I was going to stream, I felt like shit and couldn't. So it was like, damn, I tested my own theory. This is exactly why I decided no schedule. I need to take days off when I want them and not force myself to have days off when I know I'm not going to be productive every day. So it can be very difficult. And this is my Instagram account that I post on. I'm going to do, I'm doing Demons right now, and then John Lennon, Halloween Oracle, okay, nobody has explained the exclamation points to me, and it's low-key pissing me off. Y'all seem so damn cool, and then it's like nobody has told me this stuff. Is that a command thing, right? So instead of having to type my socials, you just do the exclamation points. So I have to set up the extension of commands, even though none of the extensions on my Twitch seem to work. Got it. I'll figure it out somehow, someday. Keep coming up with funky-ass shit in every single way. Okay. Good. I did download that specific extension, but I have yet to be able to link any of them. None of them have worked. I don't know why. I am trying to figure it out. It might be as simple as me using Twitch Studio Beta and needing to use something like Streamlabs. I have no idea. I know. Never mind. I'm not going to get into the complications of it because I don't even understand it. So during the month of Halloween, which is October, so spooky season starts the day Libra season starts, and it ends on Black Friday. Period. No one's ever going to change my mind on that. The fact that they already put out Christmas decorations is not only rude, impatient, and insulting, but it's actually just incorrect and kind of damning of them to even try it. They're going to have a miserable, spooky Christmas this year, and I'm going to love it. Seeing the clash of Halloween and Christmas is just going to encourage Nightmare Before Christmas vibes this December, but it's cool because, like, who isn't down for that? The squares who are wanting to buy Christmas decorations in fucking October. That was a pretty good Nandor that slipped out of me, don't you think? Anyways, the demons I usually restrict to being constricted to... You're getting sick. Why? Constricted to financial, career, work, money, and other laborious activities you associate with hell. But during spooky season, I let them expand a little, and during Halloween, it is a total free-for-all. So the month of October, ew, I hate that. Kids are literally so dirty. It sucks. No, like, I totally feel you, or sometimes being around them, it's just like, yeah. We could try that. That's actually not a bad idea, because I did a full demon reading, so if you want the full scoop, you can just go look. I guess we could try to channel. I only have 3 on the table and 1 up top, so, yeah. Ooh, let's see if I can guess who this one is. I'm guessing Lucia? Something like that. I thought Lucifer, but it's like, it's not Lucifer, but it's another one in the deck. I think it's Lucia, because then I also thought St. Lucia. So if there's like some demon that's associated with St. Lucia, that would also be my guess. Yeah, that's my final. Oribus, damn, nope, totally off. Damn. But maybe I should channel, who's Lucia? I want to see if that's actually... I was like picturing it more than I was feeling it, if that makes sense. No. Okay, maybe that's something to do with Lucifer. Oh, Lamia, not Lucia. I was combining Lucifer and Lamia. What? I like tarantulas. Cool. Let me read this. Beware of grief and loss becoming so great that they begin to hurt others, bringing company to misery. Yikes. Um, if you've lost someone recently, I'm very sorry. If you are struggling with that, understand I am a necromancer, a necromancer, and I can do channel messages not just from public figures, but from anyone who I request a call to. Most people answer, and I give some pretty accurate readings about shit there's no absolute fucking way in hell I'd know about. I'm actually considering this month, since I'm doing the 31 days of Halloween Oracle. I think each night I might tap in and do a random message from someone's personal call, but I won't ask who it is. I'm just going to give the message and see if anyone responds to it. I'm debating. I might actually just let people choose someone as my gift my gift to life during the month of death, and like while I do these readings every day, to sort of replenish the flow of things and once again establish connection so that it's like you can verify yourself or someone can. Um, there's something else I was gonna say, but then I was like maybe trying to hear if there was anybody who came to mind. I'm hearing like a name of someone I know who is like alive. And I'm wondering, I mean, it's probably a common name, but I'm not going to say. Sure, you can ask me a question. But then I also hear the Dawson's Creek theme song. I don't want to wait for my lives to be over. I want to know. From someone named Debbie, maybe? I don't know. That was the message that popped into my head when I was like, personal calls for anybody? Um, it's debatable. Am I satanic? I think that I'm Catholic above all else. I practiced Catholicism for my entire upbringing. Age 3, I was in a Catholic preschool until 5, and then went to Catholic school, and then continued to be in youth group for half of high school. Went to the events, went to church, still go to mass every so often. Um, the only religion I've ever truly studied is Catholicism. Am I satanic? Kinda, yeah. They taught me how to do all of this. That's what it's like so weird. It's like, what's your perception of Satanism and Catholicism? Because they very much go hand in hand. Same fucking practices, really. I'm gonna do my 20-minute or little 60 seconds so you can think about that. And I'll be right back with more demons. Where do I put this fire? This bright red feeling, this tiger lily down my mouth. He wants to grow to 20 feet tall. Hello. Now I have Paula Cole stuck in my head. So, like, I was singing the Dawson's Creek theme song. I feel like it was a channeled message from someone named Debbie. If anybody knows someone named Debbie who passed away that y'all used to watch, like, Dawson's Creek or something, for you. But I love Paula Cole and have forever. I can't remember. It was, like, probably my 5th or 6th birthday. All I wanted was the Paula Cole CD that had Where's All the Cowboys Gone on it, which also had I Don't Want to Wait, I'm pretty sure, because she really just had that one big album, which was This Fire. The title of the album was This Fire, and the first track, I think, was also This Fire, and that's what I was just singing. It's a beautiful fucking song. Beautiful album. Hush, Hush, Hush with Peter Gabriel. Are you fucking dead? Like, what? Like, fuck me up, fam. This is so crazy. Very cool stuff. So, that popped in my head. But it's funny because I never watched Dawson's Creek, but I know that song because I was just really into Paula Cole as a kid. I think This Fire came out in 1996, so I was like, maybe it was my 4th birthday, but I remember where I received the present, and that wouldn't have made sense unless it was like my 5th birthday already. So, random, I know, but also kind of adorable. I've always had amazing taste. Just kidding. I'm a fucking art nerd. So, Cacrinolas. What was the verdict? Do you think I'm satanic or what? Or am I just Catholic? Focus on learning the secrets of others, but beware of using that knowledge to harm others. That's essentially what I had said it was. And we've got Mammon as well. Mammon. Beware of avarice. Okay. I'm guessing... Cool. I'm guessing this is like... No, it's not. I always think that. What is adversary? But it's a... Is that how you spell adversary? Is with an E and not a Y like you would think? Avarice. No, I don't know. Avarice. I don't know what that word is. Focus on gaining needs and comforts. Avoid not being able to appreciate what we have in the constant pursuit of more. Okay, so we're going to just look up this word so that this never happens again, even if I forget by the time I see this card again. Avarice. Okay, extreme greed for wealth or material gain. Sounds like a very villainous name. Okay, would you believe me if I told you that I think I'm a cult leader for a cult that I don't know about? Cool. I'm kind of joking. Or am I? I'm a Taurus, so anything's believable. I'm kidding, though. Are you? Kidding? I think most religions are cultish anyway, so I feel like it's the norm to be in a cult because religion is so popular. What's your cult? Tell us about it. Unless it's that Teal Swan stuff, then nah, Pam. No thanks. And don't try to convert anyone on my channel. You're welcome to talk about it, but the second you ask anyone to join, oh, okay, see? Stop testing how open-minded I am. Pretty damn open-minded. I was like, yeah, me too, bud. The fuck? Alright, so avarice. What did she say? Avarice is greed, basically. So let's go back to Cerberus. He's the only one we got twice today. So there's obviously, I always say Cerberus and it's Cerberus, isn't it? Cerberus, whatever. Maybe, I feel like because I've channeled Hades before and it was his dog. Is his dog? Oh, God. I'm sorry. I thought there was like a big expose about what a cult that was. No? Am I mixing up? It's okay. So I think because I've channeled Hades, it's safe to say that everyone else is saying it wrong, and I'm saying it right when I say Cerberus instead of, what did they say? It's Cerberus. Cerberus is how I think it's actually said, and everyone else is saying Cerberus. But if I'm talking to Hades, I think it's the one that I said, right? But I don't care. Focus on humility and finding comfort within means instead of wanting beyond budget. So that was okay, right? And I guess like everyone has their moments, and like you never know with all your power what are you gonna do. And that's why personally, when I was feeling more control freak psycho, I avoided the cult scenes, and so I guess that is why it's her bad ultimately. And she should have seen the warning signs when she was preaching to other people about how to live their lives, right? And that's why I avoided preaching to people in such a manner that I do now, until I was ready, healed, and completely moved on from my toxic cycles, even if I have yet to break free completely of my toxic self, because in a way, we never will. Orbis. Orbis is face down, so there's something you don't know, okay? There's just something you don't know. The demon cards often do represent, like, the karmic, not often, they told me about this a week ago, and I'm like, often, but no. One of the intentions of the demon deck is karmic relationships, and, sure, yeah, no, I get that. Karmic situations and karmics. Focus on honesty with ourselves and with others. There's stuff you don't know. It's funny because I listen to tarot readings. I let them read about whatever they want. I restrict them the rest of the year because people ask me stuff like, "Are you satanic?" There's nothing wrong with asking me that. I know that the whole demon aspect does make people uncomfortable, and that's why I'm always sure to mention that I'm Catholic and I grew up worshiping Jesus and praising God and working with saints and angels. But that's also why I work with demons, because they, first of all, most of them were angels. One second, I've always agreed with what Lucifer did, and clearly God did too, or he wouldn't have put him in a position of power. So I just don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it, and I do see heaven and hell more as an even playing field than, or not even playing field, but like they're at polar ends of things rather than one is good or bad and the other is above or more powerful than, right? So although my perception of God is not the one who keeps the gates of the pearls, but the neon space monster vision, and that is the ultimate highest power. But I feel like I need a better word than God. It's actually, I'm hearing Gishma. I don't know if that's God in any other religion. Gishma. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Not a geisha. Gishma. It's a name? Oh, Gishma is actually a name? Damn, I wonder if that's somebody who passed away. Whoa. Oh, Grishma. With an R. Grishma. Meaning it's summer. It's an Indian Sanskrit word for summer. Grishma. Warmth. Summer season. Hot season. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Not everything is going to be a perfect translation because I obviously only speak one language and very little bits of others. And Indian's not one of them, let alone Sanskrit. I don't think Indian's really a language because there's like so many different languages in India. Part of my ignorance on the subject. Grishma. Something about summer. I don't know. Maybe it's somebody watching. They're just moving into summer right now. You're in the opposite end of the world. You're in spring. Maybe you knew someone with the name Summer or someone with the name Grishma, who passed away. I don't know what that message is about, but something about a Grishma. I don't know, maybe there was a historical figure by that name. Maybe I should look that up. Dun, dun, dun. There's an actor called Grishma and a researcher, but I'm looking for like historical history in India. I don't know. That one's gonna have to just remain a mystery a little while longer, I think. Well, that's like when I've just meditated, I forgot that's how this came up, and I just meditated on what that God's name is. The first thing I heard was Grishma. So I guess the birth of the universe was in the summer. Or I mean maybe spring, but like I feel like that's when I don't know, that's so weird that it ended up being the word for summer. Okay, like that's very weird to me that when I was like, what's a better word for God? And I hear Grishma, it's like, ooh, warmth. It's like the other aspect of the word. It's like it's summer, but it's also supposed to be the heat of summer and the warmth of summer. So the sun, too, I'm sure associates there. So, like, yeah. I saw it like Grishma as a name or Grishma as a noun. Well, names are kind of noun as a word. Is it Sanskrit? I don't know. So that's God. And to me, God looks like this. So if you caught up on my stream from last night, it was pretty chaotic. Like I said, even when I'm managing the PMDD pretty well, it'll still sneak up on me in different ways. But honestly, I handled my triggers pretty well. And I did okay, in my opinion. Happy for myself. Well, that's funny that you brought that up because I think, in a sense, the sun is God, and I've talked about this on my channel before, but the Pharaoh Akhenaten in ancient Egypt was, like any pharaoh, still probably kind of an authoritative dictator type ruler. There was caste systems and all slavery in ancient Egypt, so we don't want to like glorify them by any means. But ancient Egyptian culture was always based in religions that worshipped many gods, as we know of them, from Bastet to Osiris. Is that his name? Or what's the Hut? Nut, and all of them. There's always been so many gods and goddesses in ancient Egyptian religion, and many animals. The Iris and Ra, Anubis, all of them being like masculine, feminine, and also like different spirit animals, right? And Aton was always the god of the sun. Like he was the I think initial masculine energy in the world, and he gave birth to Orius. What's his name? Osiris, Orius. I can't remember his name. His brother is Set. Set's kind of evil. So I think it was Aton, and I think Nut was somebody's dad, but maybe Nut was the mom. I really can't remember. Point being, Atun was the god of the sun. Yeah. So when Akhenaten came to rule, he was the first pharaoh who was like, first of all, fuck all these other gods. The real god is Atun, the sun. And he forced his people, which once again, that's why it's like they were not these like pure rulers of benevolent, intention. But thank you. Thank you. So Atun is Nut's creator. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like the parents of Jeb and Nut is Atun and someone else. So it's, like really far back. And Akhenaten just forced people to follow his religious belief of only worshiping Atun. And was the first kind of like, oh, am I saying it wrong? Is it Atum, not Atun? Yeah, that would make sense. I thought it was with an N, but you're probably right. I just learned about this recently. I knew of other ancient Egyptian gods and goddesses, but not Atum until I started kind of exploring. I had a mythology book I bought. Sorry, I'm playing with the bells. It's probably really noisy and annoying. That's the thing. It was like the first. Oh, then I think it's a 10 that I'm talking about, and I combine the two. Whichever one represents the sun and masculine energy is the one that I'm talking about. But maybe those are the two partners. You know what I mean? Okay, let me look. Atum. Sun god as creator. Yeah, Atum. I'm talking about Atum. So who's a 10? I'm a 10, bitch. Oh, they both are the sun? Okay, it's actually a 10 is the one that was worshipped by Akhenaten, I'm pretty sure. Because this says, whose worship briefly was the state religion. That's exactly what I was talking about. So I think. And then there's also a Mun. The fuck? Is a 10 and a Tum the same? Yeah, okay, so Aten is the one who was elevated by Akhenaten. And Atum is actually Ra, and that's why, okay, that makes sense. And he's the sun god? Okay, so Aten is the sun disk, the physical sun, which is a deity in itself. And that is why Akhenaten was like, no, this is the ultimate deity. And Atum is Ra, so the sun god, which is like the humanoid version of a 10. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. This is so wild. And there's also a Mun, but I didn't even look that up because I didn't want to get too trailed off. I'm going to run my little 60-second ad so I don't get off schedule. I will be right back. You know, I didn't even discuss the Holy Trinity yesterday when I was talking about how very Wiccan the Catholic religion is. The fact that they literally the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, or the Holy Ghost. Like, what? You definitely taught me necromancy, you fucking freaks who think I'm doing Satanism. Y'all fucking taught it to me. Religious ass Christians. The Catholics. Like, what do you mean? You gave me these gifts. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I know exactly what I'm doing because of you. Cool. Worth the time spent. Yeah, no, I know. Just now, what was I reading about? It was not the Egyptian gods. Right. Right. Like, super strange. Discord, I'm still kind of struggling with. How do you fucking get rid of Discord notifications, man? It'll be like, look, you have a message. And I'm like, wait, how do I even look at my messages? And then, yeah, no, not over 2 hours. I'm only, wait, how long have I been on? I think like an hour and 45 minutes. Yeah, and I took like a 20-minute break, maybe even like a 30-minute break. At some point, it was not a vibe. But we're in it now. So, hello. I love you. Tell me your name. I'm sorry. It's probably something I did. I don't schedule it or anything. I just try to do when I do. That's why I'm using Discord. But like I said, I'm struggling with Discord. I don't understand why I can't get rid of like these old ass notifications from other servers that are in there and like where to find. Okay, cool. Good to know it's not just me. And yeah, so that's why I waved at you also, because I was like, is this the message that I am trying to open? It's like, maybe not. Still can't figure out how to actually get to my inbox. Just bizarre. And it just beeps at me a lot. And then I look and it's like nothing, there's no activity, and I don't even know. So, yeah, it does seem like Discord notifications are a bit of a menace. I will give you that. And I'll give y'all that demon. Oh, both of them that just fell. And then should we crack a little John Lennon like we've been saying? I think that would be nice. Okay, yeah, that's annoying. Amon, where did he come from? Okay, Amon was face down. Let me clear my throat. Oh, anybody want anybody to talk to this month? I only have 26 out of 31 slots, and I can definitely fill them with people that I've talked to before, as there are a couple people on my list that I have already talked to. Yeah, I need like, what is that, 5 more names. I feel bad not putting Jimmy and Janice on there, but I don't think they're as chatty as someone like Jim Morrison. They just kind of, whatever. I did a really good read for both of them last year, and I feel like they're content with it, and they'll come around for their birthdays, but not for Halloween. Because those would have been my personal choices, and there's just something, and like I got Betty White on the list right now because somebody asked for that or picked her when I suggested, who would you want to talk to? Two people actually said Betty White, so I was like, okay, I guess I'll try it. She doesn't really seem like the type. I don't know. She probably, I mean, someone who lives a long time probably does have a lot to say, but that wasn't really like her personality. Really? That's funny. Yeah. She completed her birth cycle, her life cycle, because she was born and died in Capricorn season, and she died at the age of 99, which like angel number 99 versus like 100, which I thought was really interesting. And so I kind of have a feeling it'll be hard to reach her in a sense where she really kind of, especially at the end of the year, the calendar year, not the zodiac year, is just really, yeah, like it's really mega. She may have just completely kind of ascended reality. I mean, I don't say that about everyone. A lot of people, when they die, wait for everyone else in their life to come with them before they leave or decide if they're going to go back in. But someone like Betty White, everyone was already gone in her life, and they couldn't wait forever. She was getting older and older, and their families came or whoever. And he's already on my list too. That's so bizarre. Yeah, that's so funny. He's on the list. I said Robin Williams fucking posthumous comedy hour. LOL. And that's the other thing. I'm trying to decide, should we just go in order? I want to be able to give people in advance, like, hey, this is who I'm doing today, and then be in that energy all day to have like the best and most efficient readings. Not the energy all day. I got to be careful because I will literally kill myself if I overdo it and don't balance. But that's why we're going to close out with the angel cards every night. Um, Open with the demons, Halloween Oracle in the middle, and angel cards after. And that's going to be every day for the month of October. There might be, I think on Halloween, we'll probably do like a mega night and have the mystery deck and do aliens and fun stuff like that. But yeah, every day for this month, I plan to just do that. So yeah, have them both. I was considering DMX because he died in the past year, and I think that he'd be interesting to talk to. His career was very different than his life towards the end. He was like really into plants and stuff. He seemed hype, but people seemed like almost like content with his death at the time too, where it was really shocking and sad. And it's not just like the indication of people making jokes about it, but it was literally, it did feel like he was one of those people who in a way kind of transcended into something. Let's put DMX on the list. I think that would be nice. He did die, right? Like, I'm not hallucinating that shit. I had to look. Dude, every time somebody pops in my head, I have to make sure that they're dead. Somebody said Chevy Chase. I'm like, bro, he's dead? No, he's not fucking dead. What the fuck? That's what I'm saying. There was something really peaceful about it. I'm doing demons. It's a Halloween thing. It's Halloween time. Oh, there you go. Carrie Fisher. That's a good one. I know a lot of people would love that. She died high as fuck. I'm not envious, but like, when you think about how she was like fucked up, she had so many drugs in her system, and then was on the plane, like in the air high, the Mile High as Fuck Club. That's a badass way to go down. Not even fucking around. Like, yeah, that sounds pretty sweet. What if we tried someone like Anastasia? Okay, what? I love myself. Like the Kendrick Lamar song. So we're gonna add DMX and Carrie Fisher to our list. No, fuck no. We don't talk to colonizers. Or I mean, I try to avoid them anyways. Ooh, I would. Fuck yeah. Okay, Rasputin seems a little questionable because of what I just said, but fuck yeah, or both of them. Fuck yeah. Okay. DMX, Carrie Fisher, Anastasia. I'll do it on this page. And I might end up, having to take days off and not be on here every single day in the month of October. So there might be nights where people get doubled up just to make up for it. Because it's, I'm doing 31 people. And if I'm here during the transition over to midnight, then it's 2 different days, right? So I'm going to try to do them every day, but I'll be busy. I'll have other things to do. So there might be nights where I do 2. And I'm wondering if it would be rude or appropriate to do them in the same night. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. He was a cat that really was gone. You know what's so bizarre is me and my weirdo theater kid friends definitely made a fucking synchronized dance to that song when I was in high school. But we are like way older than TikTok. Fuck. We're like Kesha TikTok era kids, So it's just really funny. Trendsetters, I guess. So, who else was supposed to be on this? Not Napoleon. Joan of Arc, yeah. I just said no colonizers, bro. Hold on, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We only have one more slot. I'm willing to give it to Joan of Arc, but I also feel like November, I'm going to be doing Saints and Angels and stuff. So maybe we should save Joan of Arc. Bro, no. Fuck no. Creepy. I'm not summoning that into my life, bro. Fuck no. Gross. I won't even do David Bowie. Like, no. I said if I had room for one more, I would consider Prince because he walked a very fine line, but I really have very little interest in talking to him. So I think I'll save Joan of Arc for All Saints Day this year. We'll come up with that list too. That's gonna be more of a day thing, so I'll limit it to like 10 saints. Last year went really well. I didn't watch it and I don't want to know about it, but I do really love and respect Evan Peters, and he played an amazing H.H. Holmes, who is indubitably and undoubtedly the best serial killer of all time. I'm sorry, I had to say that. Can I pick him? If I picked any murderer, H.H. Holmes, hands down. If I went back on my, I try to like stay away from pedophilia, colonization, genocide, etc. But if I were to pick a serial killer or a murderer or whatever, it'd be either Jim Jones or H.H. Holmes. Leaning towards H.H. Holmes. He'd probably be hard to get a hold of too, like Betty White, because he did his life cycle. He's a Taurus. He died a couple days before his birthday. Or maybe a couple days after. I think his birthday is May 8th and he died May 11th, or vice versa, and then he was buried May 13th, something like that. Oh man. You want to know about H.H. Holmes because it's very interesting, and I am really far from being one of those people who's into serial killers. When I was in high school, I learned about Ted Bundy, and I found it to be really interesting for a lot of reasons. But then, like, I got into Jane's Addiction and realized that the Ted Just Admit It song was about Ted Bundy, so I like went further down the rabbit hole on a very innocent version of the internet. And then I met someone, or I worked with someone whose mom rejected Ted Bundy when she was vacationing in Florida, and then like came home, and a few months later, he got exposed as like this woman, you know. So I was very, very, very like enthralled with Ted Bundy in high school. But since then, not been that person. I like American Horror Story, and that's how I found out about H.H. Holmes, is because James Patrick March in season 5 Hotel of American Horror Story is based on H.H. Holmes, and he was a Taurus. But he actually did not only build one murder hotel, he actually built 2 murder hotels, and they caught him with like a 200 body count or so on average per hotel. Committed all kinds of identity fraud. He changed his identity like 3 or 4 times. He committed arson and insurance fraud. He killed his own fucking partner and confidant. Oh yeah, he was a hack, dude. He was fucking terrible at everything he did. Got away with it his whole entire life. Like, it's honestly impressive. And that's why I'm like, if I gave it up to anybody, not like that. H.H. Holmes is that dude. And he was born and died during his birth season, which they say is a completed life cycle. So he literally was meant to be like the most that bitch serial killer, right? Like, it was 555 when I said that. And he was born in May. So yeah, should I put H.H. Holmes on the list, or is that too creepy? It is Halloween. I'll do it Devil's Night. Done deal. It's going on my list. I'm sorry. I don't know who we're going to give the last slot to. I'm like, Prince, too evil. H.H. Holmes, bring it. Should we do it or no? Is it creepy? Be honest, you guys. I know so fucking damn much about him. Is that even creepier? A little. I know a lot about Ted Bundy too, but those are like the only 2 I've ever really gotten into. I know kind of a lot about Charles Manson, and not to the same degree because he's very much less impressive. It's like, really, dude? Thanks. This is such a weird time to follow me. I really appreciate that. And frequent. Interesting. So, who's our 31 slot? I told myself I wasn't going to start the readings until I had everybody sorted. Should I just go with H.H. Holmes? Devil's Night? Or is that like really... Take care, LOL. What is that? I mean, that's creepy. Why is it also... Oh, listening only. Okay. Hello. Awesome. What's up, y'all? Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. I guess we'll just have a special guest sometime this season. Maybe someone will die during October that we'll want to talk to. How sad. Did I put Nico on the list? Shit. I fucking didn't, and I bought her fucking cigarettes today. It's Nico. Sorry, babe. And what costume shall the poor girl wear to all tomorrow's parties? Yeah, it's Nico. So yeah, that's 31. Do you guys want to hear the list? Aw, that's really cute. I really like the little winged crying Kirby Furby thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Cool. A hand-me-down dress from who knows where to all tomorrow's parties. Do you want to hear the list or no? Or do you just want to get into the readings? Should I post it somewhere? And once again, are we going in order or are we going to go random and just go with the flow each night? What do you mean? Like a personal reading? It ranges. You can go on my website, ellymilly.com, and check the Mystico section for a full menu. As for on live, I don't know how that would work. I just do general readings when I'm on here, and I'm about to do Channel Message from John Lennon. And all month long, I'm doing Demon Deck, Halloween Oracle, Angel readings, and every night for 31 days straight, hopefully, or approximately, doubling up some days. And every 20 minutes, I roll an ad break so that we don't have pre-rolled ads on my channel, and I'm still getting paid. So, it is, but I also don't want to make, yes. Oh, specifically for each day. Cool. That's why John Lennon is second on my list, but I knew he would be my first one. Okay, thanks. I thought you meant, I was like, well, I like to ask who people want to talk to, but you're saying in terms of what days to do who. Cool. I like that. The only thing is I wanted people to be able, maybe they'll tell me the night before so I can prepare the next day. So I'll just ask them after this reading. But let me do my 20-minute thing. I'll BRB in 60 seconds. Oh no, I do it all the time. That's the thing. They'd be talking to me all the time if I didn't ask who to talk to. You know what I'm saying? And this is something I've been learning though over time. I guess I would say I went into this last night on the stream about how my earliest experiences with necromancy was definitely Jesus, right? Because he's literally the dead person that they tell you to talk to in Catholicism, hanging on the cross in front of you and be pray to him. And it's okay, so you ask me to talk to a dead guy. Sure. Right? And then beyond that, I used to be creepy kid in the woods who would be oh, I'm looking for dead bodies. Why? Probably because I was hearing people, dead people or something. And so those are my earliest signs of the gift. But then I would say that it's been a solid 10 years of experienced practice with it. It was that was I think 19 was like my coming of age. And it was when I had known, once I knew someone to take life, is when I became more familiar with death and recognized the necromancy for what it was. No, okay. I feel like you could get like a card pull, but you're very much not getting the vibe. I'm not doing Thoth deck, not doing love readings. It's like all demons, and it's Halloween time. So I could, or I'll just read these cards in front of me. And since you were here when they came out, you can take them personally. And you can save your bits or donate them to my channel regardless. And then I'm going to do a channeled reading. So, you're right. Let me get to these demon cards and see how we feel. Let's get some advice. We've got Aman. Okay. I'm pretty sure he was face down. So this is what needs to be recognized or come to surface in life right now. Focus on repairing relationships that have drifted apart through differences, finding common ground. There's your answer. If you're wondering whether or not you should approach someone, if you're trying to figure out if you should talk to them, apologize, the answer is yes, you should. And if you think someone owes you an apology, let me tell you, Mr. Sister, anybody that you might be, it's definitely you needing to apologize. Okay? Garuda, and that applies to all of you. Garuda. Focus on patience and perseverance in difficult situations and on repaying those who help attain goals. Okay, that's exactly it. Who are you forgetting? Got you where you are. Do you owe them an apology? Did you step on some heads? Did you leave people in the dust? Were you wrong about certain connections and perhaps falsified others? Were duped by others and you don't know how to come back humbly like, hey, I was wrong. Whatever it is, right? I chose the wrong side. I did you dirty. But all you're focusing on is, well, they haven't talked to me. Maybe they should apologize to me. No, you probably got to start that conversation, homie. And then Bereaf. Focus on material gain, but beware of greed that can turn into dangerous motivations. Sure, you can focus on your work. You can put your head down and try to make your money and not fixate on your relationships and repairing things with other people or whatever advice you just got. And you can be like, fuck yeah, I'm just going to focus on myself and make my money. You can do that. But it's honestly just going to lead you down the road of relying on material gain for your happiness, associating your joy with your pains of working, pains of the financial struggle that many people in the world are afflicted with, and still just being so fixated on it and dedicated to your work that you let all these other things fall to the wayside when really we're supposed to be focusing on that in the first place. So if you're feeling a little hung up on someone, call them, tell them, let them know. The veil's super thin right now, and I can hear everything very loud and clear right now. But it's like the dead have come to Rome, and the thing is, can't sleep in the city of neon and chrome. That's really more of a Christmas thing, but it rhymed. Right now is demon time. It's the dead walking amongst us. However, it's like they know so much and they see so much more than we do that it's very easy for them to kind of influence, instruct, or manipulate situations to guide us to where we need to be. So if you're hearing like an external thought in your head or recently have changed your mind pretty drastically about something, there is more than likely some sort of otherworldly influence over that decision because it's October, especially if it happened is like overnight today. You're suddenly like, oh shit. I believe Mercury is going direct tomorrow. So communication's been funky and backwards and blah, blah, blah. It's going direct tomorrow. I would say by October 5th, things will start to look okay again. It'll start to make a little bit more sense. But as of right now, kind of got to just reflect self-awareness and write your apology speeches, basically. I think that's the only way you're getting out of it or getting into it, is if you come with an apology first instead of, hey, how are you? Have you had enough time? Oh, are we cool? Oh, how you doing? What's new? Like, kind of like nobody's gonna answer those questions. But if you say, hey, sorry for such a late reply, delayed response, come up of something, right? Like, oh, I'm sorry for what I did back then. I'm this and that. You got to take the first step at the very least, right? So that's the biggest advice for this month. And these are less about reading the cards and more about the channel messages that's coming through with them. So that's cool. Little demon messages. Ooh, the Sabbat. The Sabbath. The Sabbat. I love that though. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? The music can free her whenever it starts, and it's magic. If the music is grooving, it makes you feel happy like an old-time movie. I can tell you about the music, it'll free your soul. But it's like trying to tell somebody about rock and roll, and it's magic. Okay? How was that? Never what anybody wants to fucking hear, is it? That's so funny. Okay. See, Michael and Andros. So Michael showed up in reverse. Ooh. Michael showed up in reverse, and Andros showed up on its side. So we'll start with Andros. Beware of cutting off your nose to spite your face, causing harm to others. That comes back to harm oneself. You better fucking be damn sure about a decision before you make it, and make sure that you are not going to make yourself a fool in trying to make someone else the fool. So you better make sure your intentions are pure before you move forward with something. And we also have Michael, which is one of the witches. Okay. Focus on opening yourself to greater power and reputation. It was in reverse, though. So maybe this is for some people who have been kind of gassing themselves up. It's going to be about humbling yourself and moving into a season where you can be talked down and realize that maybe your ego was inflated, or that something was out of your reach, or, you know, whatever, not meant for you. If you've taken back your power, maybe it's time to give a little bit of it, etc. So kind of an interesting card, especially to end on that note. Interesting. Yeah, it's good for the demons. Where did everybody go? Damn, sorry y'all. Don't like my demons. It's not very nice. Voile. Face up. He'll be the last, I suppose. Focus on resolving differences with enemies, finding common ground, and friendship. You know, that's why some things need to start with an apology instead of a greeting. Okay? So just remember that as we continue through Libra season and Halloween in general. Our demons, our ghosts, our skeletons, they're coming out and walking among us. know how to handle your shadow before the night of the dark. Very wise. Okay. That was not, why was everybody hanging out when I wasn't reading, and then as soon as I started reading cards, everybody left. What the hell happened? But what happened? Shall I wait? Shall we take another quick break? What are we about to do? Gonna be doing John Lennon this evening. Probably do a little rippity rip of this, little rippity rip of that. Really though, what happened? Y'all got sick of me so quick. I feel kind of sad. I look up and it's like 2 people left and they're not saying anything because no one wants to admit to who isn't tuned in anymore. No, I'm kidding. I'm just sensitive this week. Probably better that way for the channel readings. But also, I did say I'm tired and I am approaching that time of the month. So having these lulls in the reading definitely probably is more helpful than harmful for me at this point, and maybe it's a sign to take a little bit longer of a break so that I don't overexhaust myself tonight. I don't know. Gonna be getting in the mood of John Lennon. So if I'm gonna do an ad break in like 5 minutes, we can just talk right now. I want to be able to open the floor for questions this month. So if people, yeah, like I discussed earlier, like sometimes it's like I can go for 8 hours and then come back the next day well rested and ready to go again. Other weeks it's like I'm barely sleeping, barely waking up, and barely doing anything a lot of the time, and it's only from here, so it's whatever. It's nice that I'm getting out of the way now, but that also means that it might end up being the week of Halloween too, or the week before the weekend of Halloween, which would be annoying. Yeah. The week before Halloween weekend, that could be good. So, yeah, I'm just chilling for a few minutes and then I'm going to get into the channel reading. It's funny how much my perception is warped too during this time of month. Emphasis on the dysphoria with the PMDD. The first D is dysphoria. And how I can become so detached from things. And when people ask about, alternate realities or if I believe it's a simulation, shit like that, it's like, not that it's funny, but it's funny for me to see how sometimes I do get into that mindset of being like, holy shit, everything's fake, and I notice that it is kind of coupled with that dysphoria that comes with it. So it's been very disillusioned, and I sometimes will question, like, damn, why do I even do anything? This is kind of stupid. What is the point? Even though people continuously tell me, thank you for what you do, thank you for helping, thank you for sharing, thank you for this and that. And it's very validating, and it does keep me going, quite frankly. But then, like, weeks like this, almost virtually nothing will keep me going sometimes. So, like, it's just give and take, I guess. Pretty cool. Um, Definitely. So, yeah, I like to pace myself more. Some nights I like getting as much in as possible. And then some nights, like this, where it's like, let's just take it easy. Let's have more conversation. I especially, if people are too anxious to get a card reading, then they probably need a break from tarot. Like, let's talk as people. We don't have to rely on the cards to communicate with one another. And I think that's part of my work within the community is to remind people not to rely so heavily on tools, or assume that someone using the tools means the tools are meant for them or that they know how to use them, right? Your own judgment, discernment, you're going to align with what you align with, and you're going to find the people you find and be who you're going to be. And it doesn't have to follow everything that I tell you. You don't have to stay. You can go. You can stay. You don't have to go, right? 6 impossible things today. How many of them did you do? That being said, I'm going to run to the bathroom before we get started. I feel like it might be a long night from here because a lot of the story I was telling last night, if you watch the streams, definitely relevant to any reading that is going to happen with John Lennon at this point. So we'll probably elaborate a little bit more upon our meeting, October 2019, after this ad, and I will be a couple minutes because I'm going to go and come back. All right, BRB. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm here. Once again, every time I'm ready to do readings, everyone bails on me because they're like, yeah, right, this bitch ain't gonna shut the fuck up. She's not even doing tarot. She already told us that. I know. I had Revolution stuck in my head for like 2 days, like since it's been September 30th, now October 1st, and soon October 2nd, right? Or already is. And it was Revolution that I had stuck in my head. I put it in my tarot, or I mean my Instagram story yesterday for my tarot stream, and I was telling this crazy story about that time I met John Lennon, you know, like 40 years after he was dead. So it makes no sense. And I got pretty in depth with it, but it was not the right energy. Sadly, something happened. One of my fucking followers or whatever, which was a bummer. So it got derailed, and it's a long story, and that's going to be another aspect of the readings that I'm doing this month. Is I was trying to tell the story of my NDE for the very specific reasons of one, PMDD awareness, and two, explaining why I ghosted on a bunch of people, sent out a bunch of weird messages, and haven't really talked to anyone or been very vague about my lifestyle since 2019. So that's the month of October. And I feel like because John Lennon was such a crucial part of the whole experience that I had, I figured it would be a good start to spooky season. I feel like I have a message for shadow work because I use the Halloween Oracle for our shadow selves, which is going to be another aspect of my readings this month. We will do shadow pulls every time we use the Halloween Oracle so that we still get our personal messages and understand what we need to do with our lives, okay? And then I will do a channel, most likely a conversation. He's kind of being a little impatient, wants to go before. We'll get to these cards in a moment. Heard, sir. Don't know if you're in a hurry or... What am I doing quickly? Yeah, right. He sometimes is begging me to talk and he's trying to rush me through something. But that's the thing. There is some aspect of us being in a hurry. It's kind of funny because, okay, so if you're not already aware and haven't watched my channel enough, there's different levels of channel messages. And there is the very basic channeling where you hear something, you repeat it, you channel the voice of a person, whatever. Channel the message. There is then also it's like when you channel it because you hear it. Relaying messages, okay, would be like hearing it and saying it. Channeling is more like saying it simultaneously, as if they're speaking through you. But then there's like possession, where it just kind of overtakes you entirely, and you no longer are conscious of your own being in a sense. Nico's like that. Nico's a real heavy hitter. She's a fucking heavy smoker too, and she'll just be like, if I'm going to show up, she like shows up fully. Last year I was with her for like 3 days, and I was like, oh, I'm so tired, I'm so depressed, blah blah blah. And I'm like, whoa, I've been hanging out with this dead woman too long. Give it a rest. But it's cool. It's a cool experience. I still do it again. She's always was one of my idols, and it's not that I totally forgive racism, but she's a pretty uniquely fucked up person, I admit, and it seems the extent of her racism was a bit sketch. Not real sure how concrete. I also need to check her birthday because she's a Libra. That's why ultimately I'll always do her for Halloween. But when is her actual birthday? October 16th, so we'll probably do her then. We'll write that down. Nico on the 16th. And what costume shall the poker wear? Okay. So, anyways, back back to this John Lennon business, possession. Then there's this other aspect where the more comfortable I feel with someone's spirit, the more I can converse with them in a sense where it is an exchange of conversation, and I can see them at least in my mind's eye, and sometimes kind of outside my mind, when they sit with me and we'll go back and forth. And so usually, well, the first few readings I did with John Lennon, I feel like it was more channeled message for varying on the edge of possession. But the more we talk and the more we relate our stories, it's almost as if there are more conversations. So you might notice that I'll go back and forth and back and forth. Oh, cool. You didn't really miss anything. Oh, that sounds so good. I want to make tea so bad. I'm not gonna, because it's just like not my time yet. But I'm gonna, and I can't wait. So, cool. There will probably be some conversations and recollection of storytelling and bits and moments that maybe, I think I'll tell you all the story of Halloween on Halloween. That just makes sense. It's a Monday. I usually stream on Mondays. Halloween night, I'm going to tell you what happened to me on Halloween 2019. I'm going to tell you the whole thing, Devil's Night. Duh, I've been trying to figure out, like I said, I started yesterday, and now it's like, man, this was a lot, but I guess it's good to just slow roll, kind of. Okay, anyway, I'm not trying to think too far ahead. I'm trying to stay in the moment. Start with the revolution. Okay, so there's an urgency. I'm late. It's almost like you can see the white rabbit from Alice, and you have to understand, where is Alice? Perhaps there is no Alice. Perhaps we're all in Wonderland. Maybe there is no savior, no homecoming. But perhaps that means there's no Jabberwocky either. Maybe the illusion is nothing but glass, and it is but to pass. Just take a hammer to the head and do what you want with it. A reflection you see is a choice that you have made in some way or another. Choosing to do with what you want. The hair. Okay, so when I first started talking about John Lennon just now, I pictured him with his round glasses and his fucking short bangs, it was like his 80s look when he was doing the Canadian tuxedo era. But then it just switched to like the shaggy haired, always in shades, cut off era John Lennon. And I went into detail yesterday about how I really always kind of hated John Lennon. So there's a lot of stuff I can't verify because I was never a fan. It was 3 viewers. I don't know everything there is to know. So like it's hard to verify. But it makes me wonder like what music he was making during those different eras and how much his personality was changing. And I wonder if there was like drugs that ultimately influence these eras of him, because he does not seem to resonate as much with the Jesus look or the Jesus vibe. And what's really funny is that I have been saying this past week, I was talking a lot about Jesus, and I was talking about a lot about John Lennon, and I was like, yeah, they're pretty much the same person. And I sort of just made a joke about that in passing, and then it really dawned on me that it is essentially the same thing. And what John Lennon did in music is what Jesus did in religion, and it's really not that far off, because even in the stories of Jesus, even in the Bible, there was a very human person that conveyed the message of God, regardless of where people believed he came from or what his purpose was, right? So Jesus kind of was like, not a rock star, but he was a person. He freaked out sometimes. He got mad. He was triggered. He was controversial. He was kind of hated. He was killed. Like, very, very much a similar story, similar end. Someone like John Lennon. A lot of haters, but a lot of followers. So, yeah, once again, it's that shaggy look, the cutoff era. I feel like it was like very New York. Um, and he seems to not resonate with the bed Yoko Jesus. That seemed like a bad. I don't know if they did heroin back then, but it seems like maybe that was that era of drugs. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a common thing to know, but I basically can see his drug use and his looks is what he's showing me right now. Is like the whole Jesus abusive, like, yeah, heroin as fuck. When his hair looked like shit, everybody thinks that's like such an iconic look. He looked like shit. He was so skinny. It's like so obvious. I don't think it's super common knowledge that he was banging around back then. There was always speculation that Ringo was doing it. It was John, and nobody wanted to know that because it was very much a publicity thing, and that's why him and Yoko were very private. It's not that she was using. He's not going to sit here and say that about someone, especially who's still alive, but he was low key, very low key using. But it was a tactic of the industry to get these dudes addicted to it, and it killed people like Jimmy or Janice or Jim, right? So I think Lennon was a bit older, and he did get off of it. It was a phase of music, and he didn't resonate with the music anymore. He didn't resonate with the vibe or the look anymore, so he got off of it. Whereas they were a bit younger and less established in their careers, um, and they didn't. So it was very easy to see, and it was surprising that nobody really intervened, and he had to deal with that on his own. And it's like nobody understood that that was part of the whole piece. Nobody understood, or I didn't understand. John, thank you for that call out, darling, dear. Fuck, I'm the one who was bitching about it literally yesterday. Stupid fucking bed piece. Yeah, it was his take on a protest, but from a junkie's perspective. Like, that's kind of what the piece was about, but nobody ever associates it with the fucking aspect of addiction that he was trying to portray by being a fucking mess and staying in bed when there was wars to protest in the streets and when the people were looking to him to be a leader. I mean, come on. It seems so obvious now, doesn't it? And then nobody wants to talk about it. And once you die, you have to only be spoken of in a positive light, like I didn't fucking beat my wife. Right? Scrying, intuition. That's why it's like let it flow freely. Something about 333. Three viewers, but angel number 333. Maybe that's the time somewhere right now. No, it's not. But yeah, something about 333. Ghost, regret, and lamp, remembrance. Okay. Oof, I'm getting chilly, so these messages are gonna get further intense this evening. Ooh. I love that though, and I do need to get more water before I start talking too much. Because wow, it's fun to me that no matter how many times I do talk to some people, they always have really cool stuff to say, and they're always willing to have a conversation with me, and that's why I've been given a line. Like I have a phone. They know that I avoid abusing my powers, and that's why for the month of October, I'm letting other people put in their requests. Sometimes when I pull out the deck, I ask people in the moment if there's anyone they want to talk to, and I usually, make sure that it's a consensus among all because I am allowed to make calls, and I try to restrict my personal outgoing calls and really only deliver messages once my inbox is full or if I pick it up and notice who it is that's dialed, right? So, yeah, I feel so comfy, cozy, cute. It's like fall, but I still have the mind of summer. So, but yeah, Grisham, right? What was it, Grishma? Let's roll this ad. I'm gonna get some water, and we're gonna get back into the John Lennon delirium. Just kidding. I think that's the Sean Lennon's band. That's really funny. I said that. Okay, maybe I'm delirious. It's a love that lasts forever. It's the love that has no past. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. So, key points that he's making via music, okay? Revolution, he puts a lot of emphasis on that with all the readings. The concept of revolution, not necessarily versus Renaissance, revolution or Renaissance, because everyone's a key component into this movement to a functional society. Somebody owes me money. That's okay. That's okay. John will come collect my debts if you do not pay them. It's not that he's mad about anything, but honestly, vampire, emotional intelligence. Know when you're getting played, even if it is just at mind games, right? The veil, the future. This is what makes it difficult, right? Is being able to see the future or see when the veil is thin and hear things from all different sources other than the person who's sourcing it. Correct? Let this be your lesson. Revolution or Renaissance. You're either part of the revolution on the front lines, speaking the, speaking the lines of protest, or being on the front lines of protest, fighting for rights, life, health, anything really. Or Renaissance, being the creators, the artists, the creatives, even the people who capture a moment as part of the movement and to put it on paper and to assign it to a time and scribe. So there is always something you can do, and remember that what you're doing does attribute to these things, such as the greater movement ahead. Now, this is something that's maybe perhaps was started a long time ago, but this is a uniquely modern experience, that what we were fighting for in the 60s is a very different picture than what we are fighting for now. There are different influences, there are different enemies, there is a whole different story that we knew nothing about. Now, these things are not meant to cause fear, and there is no sense in riots. They invoke division to keep you quiet, essentially, because even a roar is better than the alternative, and that is community efforts, grassroots organizations. That's something I do wish I had noticed more in life. I was so caught up in fighting the bad guys and being the rich and doing things different out of the norm, whether it was drugs, music, scoring, anything, I thought that I was really a rebel rather than a revolutionary. And that's why when I made the song Revolution, I was a mockery. It was never supposed to be an anthem that anybody took seriously, because it felt like such hypocrisy for them to say, oh, a revolution, when they are feeding into the poem of the capitalists. And we see how that journey evolved from then until now. Come then. Told you. That's fucking wild. I'm glad you remembered to tell me that. Shit. That's the thing. There are generational curses, and it's like there's probably been part of what a curse does is that it's cast upon the unsuspecting. Yeah. Cast upon the unsuspecting or unbelieving. Oh, yeah, sure, there's a curse, but I don't believe in that stuff. It's had no effect on me. I don't really care. But why pass it down then? Because somebody had to hear it and had to know. And it was you, the dinkness, who had to handle it. Trust and verify. I'm in love for the first time. Don't you know it's gonna last? It's a love that lasts forever. It's a love that has no past. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. The twin. Holy shit. That is kind of crazy, dude. That's so crazy. That's why my eyes closed. It's fucking really wild. So, I mean, certified real shit. I'm pretty good at what I do. This is John Lennon right now. He's just talking, telling us stuff. We're preparing for a new type of war. In fact, one is maybe been already gone on. That's the thing. It's like he was the leader of an entire culture or a countercultural movement, even. And while you may demean the work of an artist or a musician to being, so sweet. I think that was more of a George Harrison thing, wasn't that? It's okay. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm pretty sure that was mostly George, wasn't it? Or am I making that up? I don't remember. It's fine. John Lennon sucks anyway. That's the whole thing, right? That's why he had to die. When you are like the pinnacle, the height, the peak, the epicenter, you're on the pedestal. Thank you, Narcissus. Ringo, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I was gonna say Ringo, and then I was like, no way, Ringo could have done that. Must have been George. I'm a dick. Interesting name, by the way. So, yeah, so, hi. The two songs that I keep playing in my head are Revolution and Don't Let Me Down. And I think that's the thing is, once again, just because he was an artist or musician does not take away from his cultural influence. And that's what we were saying yesterday about how there is literally a conspiracy theory and like how much is conspiracy versus like how much is like life is what you make it. That part of the reason there was a fall in the USSR is because of the Beatles, right? So, like, regardless if you like their music, regardless of how talented you think they are or how relevant they should be now, there's really no arguing the cultural impact and the absolute global phenomenon that became of the Beatles. And therefore, John Lennon was on a pedestal before he could prove himself to be worthy of being on a pedestal. and there was no going back. There was no choice with it. He was deliberately chosen by his record company when he was about 18 years old back in the 50s when I don't even know the dude's birthday. Does anybody know his birthday? I know it's like I think it's October 8th, but like what year? 47 or something, the year of our Lord. Um I that would be too creepy. I feel like he's older than that, right? More like 30. No, cuz he was so young. Wait a second. What the fuck is his birthday? 1940. Okay. And it's October 9th, not October 8th. Okay. That all makes sense. So, crazy that dude was born in the 40s. It's crazy how culture shifts are so drastic and happen so quickly. It's insane to see that each decade has its own unique period about it, and that they transform so seamlessly, and yet once again when you take a step back it's so drastic, just like his own look. So that was the drug thing, right? Like the fucking heroin chic Jesus days, not great, but once again it's a lot of pressure to put on like some 18-year-old kid who just played guitar and sang and wasn't even that good looking or that good at singing or playing, and hook them up with these boy bands. It was like exactly like One Direction. It was just a different genre, different time. It was the same genre. It's all pop music, and we just played more rock and roll, and they played more vocal challenge, whatever the fuck they did. Different times. So even though we see these cultural booms decade after decade, and we see these massive changes in fashion and even food and industries and even regulations, when you think about it, it's not even that style transforms, it's that all of the rules regarding style will also form and reform towards whatever is in the movement at the time. Continuous movement, continuous rotation, continuous flow. But at the end of the day, what progress is made if we're just changing things so much, so fast, all the time like that? And something that's been tripping like me out is the instantaneousness and the fast pace of content culture. What we experience between TikTok and Instagram, there's no going back. It's like eventually people might stop using the app on a personal level, but will they ever be destroyed? Will they ever be overrun, taken over by anything to replace it? We've reduced our attention span to about 15 seconds, 3 minutes tops. And there's just really, we've never seen, we never predicted the rise in social media apps. We saw the boom in technology coming, but we saw it going in a very different direction than it went in. We, rather than improve the third dimension, we created a false reality hosted in the fourth dimension, internet connectivity via signals through cell phones, right? Oh, hi, potato. We're talking to John Lennon. It's been a pretty interesting conversation. So, um, I'm in love for the first time. Don't you know it's gonna last? It's the love that lasts forever. It's the love that has no past. Something key about those lyrics. I don't know what that means, but cool. Thank you. Something about that song and the ambiguity of the she's and those and love. It does tie hand in hand. This whole 405 frequency being like this very valuable commodity in the universe, and many different species and colonizers from other planets and galaxies interfering with the omissions, because it's valuable, and the other resources on Earth are also valuable. And rather than maintaining the environment and the population that we currently have on Earth, there seems to be an interest in taking everything from it and leaving it destroyed. And part of the reason that is because it's what humans have been doing. And it's hard to say if every operation is led by humans when there's so much speculation around other species. And why else would you destroy your own home planet? Very much does not make sense. You should sleep. I'm tired too. I'm probably not going to have a super late night tonight. That line in particular keeps playing in my head. It's a love that lasts forever. It's a love that has no past. It's kind of like it's not a love between two people. It is like the entity of love. But that's the thing. If music's an entity, much like a squid, love is a frequency or a vibration. And it's like the heart or center of all things, radiating and pulsating this kind of like fiery energy. And it's almost like, if you are familiar with the Sacred Heart, the depth to which Catholics coded ancient religions and very common and spiritual beliefs and pass it off as Christianity once again is very impressive, and definitely a hell of a lot cooler than just being Christian. Let's just put it that way, okay? You know what's so funny? The past couple days, no, you're fine. I didn't sleep yesterday very well or very long. I kind of, the past few days I've been saying channeling myself, but right now I'm supposed to be channeling John Lennon. And I do feel like once again I'm channeling myself. But that was part of what this lesson with him was, is that over the last 3 years since our introduction, which was quite odd and the circumstances were quite wild, there has been a lot of lessons, a lot of readings, a lot of teachings, a lot of conversations that we've had. And the one thing, it kind of leads up to, or like last year during Leo season, around the time of the whole Lionsgate thing, he made it very clear that he saw me as not necessarily just part of his family, but part of his pact. And rather than a trinity, he has a quadrant, and everyone has quadrants. And you know, as a spider, there are other things to take care of, and that's sort of the point of having the quadrant, is that one sole provider cannot be the only light in a world, right? Because there's just small fractions, infractions, if you will, like fractions, like little cuts of perception per person. So it's like when you laid back to listen to the records, like we talked about yesterday, where I closed my eyes and I looked within my mind, and I saw this big record player, and we were roller skating while the music played, and even though it was coming from my phone, it was playing from the record, and we were correcting time and space, and it was the continuum, okay? It was a very distinct and realistic hyper vision that I had. But he reminded me that if you ever did want to go back and see anything, you can. Because you can just visit in your mind. You can visit within yourself. You can visit in your own grander schemed timeline. Your past lives, your idols connecting, right? But perhaps only one who can speak to the dead can look into the minds of the past. And that's where you say the catacombs, the history, the Akashic. I can declare it now. Would it mean anything coming from one's own mouth, regardless of who you think is coming out? There's a difference between being indoctrinated and knighted. And the proper course of action would be knighted, but we are all so deeply indoctrinated that we can't see these things as well anymore. As much as we tell ourselves that we'd be prepared for a coming of Christ or the end of the world or a zombie apocalypse or whatever, we can hardly let go of having choices at the grocery store. We can hardly let go of our shopping habits, or there's just a number of things that it's not necessarily a hypocritical way of life. It's not fully damaging as a way of life. It's more about the unconscious decisions in the material world that when we put so much physical property out there, we put out all these material goods, and we have a constant exchange and flow of goods, services, money, and energy. The non-stop aspect of things like Reels, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, the instantaneous is a learned habit. We had not had out of control shopping expenses and issues prior to what? Things like Amazon, online shopping in general. You used to buy things online that you could not get anywhere else. Amazon was essentially morally for people who can't leave the house, right? I was talking about shut-ins last night too. So, I just opened my eyes. I'm sorry. Let me roll this ad break and I'll read your messages. Whoo! I was getting deep in there. I especially like that part in that Beatles song where John Lennon starts freaking out about that goblin pussy. He's like, yeah, she love me like she do. And then he's like, and Gucci gobbly goobly doo. Like, yeah, bro, we get it. She had good fucking pussy. Shut the fuck up with your gibberish about it, right? Anyway, I'm just kidding. Chill out. I love dark chocolate. I actually ate a macaroon, a coconut and dark chocolate macaroon. Bong. So the fact that you brought up your spider dream is really interesting because the spiders are how to explain other than to just explain because that's been the whole point of the story unfolding. Part of the reason I wanted to tell the story of my month-long descent into the underworld was to be able to easier discuss these concepts as we move forward with them because I've been discussing it for the past couple of years. It was October 2020 that October 2019 was when this descent into madness happened, right? But October 2020 is when I got the Halloween Oracle, and it was the first time I had really sat down. Well, no, I was channeling messages all year. I just was using my Thoth deck and only doing personal messages, really. And it wasn't until I got my Halloween Oracle that I was like, no, like, this is the deck for it. Like, it's not just something that I'll do if somebody asks or when somebody passes away. Getting this deck solidified my ability to make. That's when I got. This is how I got my direct line. Right? People question that. They're like, well, why don't you get to pick and choose and blah blah blah. Because I've chosen not to. I like I said, I don't abuse it. I listen to who calls me. I take messages. I respect the fact that if somebody doesn't ask for their messages, then it's not my place to give them unless somebody's really desperately trying to get a hold of someone and they make it clear that they're not going to leave me alone until I say something, and then I'll ask someone if they'll take an incoming call. That's why they gave me the spirit phone, is because they knew they could trust me with it. So there's been an agreement that I can do this a reading every day, just to kind of not just get into the fun of things. It's the Halloween Oracle. I would have never come across this deck and received this deck if it weren't, meant for this. And I know that, right? Especially because I bought it used, so there was no. So I wonder if Loki has Jesus energy. What can you tell me about Loki? Tell me everything you know about Fem Loki, if you don't mind, and if you're into it. So the first reading I ever did was on. I think I waited till Halloween. I think Devil's Night probably used the Demon deck, right? And then the next night I was premiering my Halloween Oracle deck in October, Halloween 2020. And the first reading I did, there was no booklet or anything. It was kind of reviewed the cards a little. Oh no, I did have a booklet, but like I said, it was used. So if it's a used deck, I just feel like it's a free for all, isn't it? But I'm alright with tidiness personally. Um, the first reading I did, I laid out 12 cards, one per zodiac, and I was going to review what the month would be like. And immediately, I think it was during that I felt like I had channeled John Lennon again. And it was the first time I think that I had really touched base with him since the experience that I had a year prior. And since that day, since Halloween 2020, I would not say that we're besties, but like bro Seth, like that's for some reason my dude. I don't know. I do hang out with a lot of dead people. I'm not even gonna lie. I think they sometimes get bored and they're like want to interfere with the living, and I think it's fun, and I think it's cool that I get to talk to them, and I have really helped people like heal and move on from some of their sorrows over death, and I think that it was definitely always been a calling in my life to be this person and to do this job. So it was very cool to see that there was someone on the other side who immediately took to me when I did this, because up until that point, like I said, growing up, I was always talking to Jesus and angels and shit like that. But like, once more, they're dead people too. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I have always been a necromancer. But 2012 is when I could really hear it and really knew what it was. Not the term necromancy, but realizing that I could talk to ghosts and feel ghosts and channel ghosts as early as 2012. So 10 years of experience we're talking. But 2020, I think, is when is what he's referencing when he says that it's not that I was indoctrinated into this growing up being Catholic, but I was knighted into this Halloween 2020. So there is a lot more that I would be willing to share, even though the first part of me sharing that story didn't go well at all. It had partially to do with my cycle, partially to do with not such a great viewer. But it does seem very relevant to share, because especially when you tell me stuff like this, tell me about your dreams, tell me about these connections you have to things. The spiders specifically ticks a box, because I don't even think, I may have briefly said something about associating him with spiders. It's your mother spider, by the way. Ew. You were asking her if you could cut people from the web. So that first Halloween, the reason I brought this up is because of the spiders. And to say that, yes, I formed a bond with the floating psychedelic out of John Lennon. He showed me, that's the thing. All right, let's talk. You know what? I'm talking John Lennon then. So if you want to know, if you didn't see my streams from yesterday, you have to watch like the 5 hours in these 2 videos of me babbling about this for hours on end. But during this month, which I detail, and the first video is like the leading up to point, and the second video is like when it started happening. But during that time, the head of John Lennon, man, it was so crazy. Like, appeared as like these neon purples, and it was this smooth, rotating kind of like liquid, whatever. And he was up and then came down, and then, and at one point I was kind of sleeping, but I don't know, I didn't sleep for like a month. So I'd lay down, close my eyes, but my brain would be completely active the whole time, and I would see stuff and feel stuff, and then sometimes feel rested. But after a while, it was like, okay, I'm not really sleeping. Like, my third eye was wide awake, and it was very uncomfortable, and it led to my NDE. And that's why I was like, okay, I guess I got to talk about this, because I ghosted a lot of people in my paranoid state of like really losing my grip on reality. And I'm not saying that's John Lennon's fault at all. I think, as very in detail discussed yesterday, I was most likely drugged. It just would make sense. But also, there's no drug that like lasts for a month like that. So it would have been a really deadly combination of like maybe even being drugged multiple times, bad batch of weed going around with fucking PCP in it. Sure, possibility. Or just the fact that sleep deprivation and starvation and dehydration can literally make you hallucinate. And it's crazy, because it's like we see people who have mental issues and maybe are homeless as like these big time drug addicts, and giving them money as money for drugs. Listen, if you ain't fucking sleeping and you're not fucking eating anyways, at least if you're on drugs, you don't get tired and you don't get hungry. And if you're already starving and on the verge of death, if you take those drugs, you get so insanely fucked up. You don't have to be doing that many drugs to get that high. And the thing is, a lot of times, that's the thing. The more fucked up that you are, the more easy it is for spirit to inhibit you, for aliens to inhibit you, for demons or whatever to inhibit you. And so that's why some people really resonate with homeless people, which sounds really weird to like categorize them as such. But it is such a big factor, especially where I was at the time this was all taking place. Super big social issue, political issue, and shouldn't be. Why do we not have enough housing for people? Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard to make money? Why are people living this way? But the thing is, when you are in that state on the verge of death or high as fuck on whatever, you're a lot easier to inhibit. And that's why some people are like, wow, I feel like some of them are so wise and you learn so much and they say the right thing at the right time because they allow spirit to move through them to the point where there is so little left in life, in a sense, that they hardly even cared, and I kind of in those weeks was like understanding that where it's like, wow, when you can truly connect with God and see God, you really stop caring about the rat race, the money, the even social connections. I am someone who was always super into people. I used to say it was my favorite part about life because I figured when you're on the other side, it's you can do everything except hold someone. So like human interaction and having friends, it was always like something very, very important to me. At the end of the day, these days, with a more mature perspective, I realize that I think that not need or desire, what would the word be? That draw to that kind of thing for me is probably because I am an artist and I am quite an entertainer, performer, or whatever. And I have always wanted to sing for people, right? Even despite stage fright or whatever. Um, Once again, content if things just are all in my head, because at least I got to live and have a simultaneous experience of having a life that I enjoy and also dreaming of the life that I dream of, right? I'm dreaming a dream. Norma Tango would have been cool. Damn, maybe I'll do it for her birthday. I think she's a Sagittarius. Um, a lot of November will be channel messages as well because it's still spooky season and everything is still dead. So it's just as kind of groovy then. So, one of the many conversations that I did have with John Lennon, though I do feel like it was Halloween 2020 when he first showed up. Like I said, it had been a year. And he, because there's a card in this tarot deck that is about a spider, um, it's web weaving and networking. He taught me this lesson about the spiders, and he was saying how he's a spider, and so there's a web that he's spun and that he was in charge of spinning that connects each person at every intersection. So each line is a different person that you are connected to. So you won't necessarily know everyone in your web. You may never get to the other end. You may never move amongst the connection because kind of the idea is that we think of these like silk webs, but it's more of a crystalline, energized, with pulsating electricity of human life running through it. And that's how you would imagine the web. And that's why Tesla is number one written on this list. We'll probably get to him as soon as tomorrow. But real quick, before we get too deep, let me do my 20-minute, 60-second ad break. I know, it sucks. But come on, gotta get. And also hate the disruptions. Okay. So much on my mind all the time. And I would say 99 things and not one is a problem. So, anyways, the spiders, right? So he's explaining, like, yes, everyone's connected to their own web. Each, I don't want to say each galaxy, but there's like different, not a portal or this and that, but just imagine like a bunch of holes with spiders fucking doing webs. So there's like 5 spiders per web or per cave thing where they might do their own web, but they all lead to center. So you're like building a web and then this spider, and then they kind of all connect in the middle and encompass so many different individuals. And then there's multiple layers of these holes and spiders. So you have a mother spider, I have more father spider. He's an air sign and a man in this life. John Lennon is my web weaver. Yours is mother, you said. So I think probably 2 spiders on the same path, if you will. 2 spiders in the same cave, working on the same web is how we become connected. So when she says the panties thing, I don't know, probably maybe an ex-lover or something. But the razor blades, I think, would indicate that, yeah, I think you were trying to ask your spider if there were people that you can cut out of the web and that you didn't want to be connected to anymore. But the whole thing is, once it's spun, it's really about shifting your energy and finding a different line and expanding throughout your web. But I think in a way we are placed where we're placed for a reason, or kind of well, I got so many like like visions with the spider webs where it's like, be careful to be caught in the webs, in a sense where if you try to run too far on the grid, you'll come back to the person you're running from anyways. So if she gave you the razors, she walked past you, I don't know, whoever you were trying to cut out was not meant to be cut out then, perhaps. Which isn't necessarily the method or the madness that anyone wants to resonate with. So, that's interesting. Whew, I'm getting so chilly, but that's probably because of the dead stuff. I didn't even put Jerry Garcia or nobody on my list. That's how you know I'm not even selfish. I'm hearing Man of Fire for some reason. I don't know if there's like a fire sign man watching this right now. None of the Beatles were fire signs. I don't know if somebody knows someone who like died by fire. That might be a thing. Who was a firefighter. I really like the movie Man on Fire. I don't know. I've never seen it. Eyes on Fire. What is that band? Blue Foundation? No. I seek you out, stay you alive. One more room to ride. I don't know if I'm singing the right words. And I'm not scared of your stolen power. See right through you anyhow. Right? Okay, let me try to go back and focus back. Okay, so that New York look, the shaggy-haired cut-off linen was like the cocaine era, it seems. And ironically enough, the denim, like that was very much the hallucinogens, the short bangs, which I wouldn't have guessed that would have been like the drugs he was doing, but also maybe even what he was resonating with during those periods. Back in the in the 50s, he was still, I think, pretty straight edge. It wasn't like marijuana was super abundant. You really, you had to know someone. He was still so young that I think he was pretty much sober, straight edge, whatever, up until a certain point. We didn't even put Frank Zappa or nobody on that list. Dang. And it's not that it's a gimmick to have changes in style or to move along with the trends, but to say that I've changed, I've evolved, this can be who I am and I can still be that person. Maybe that you remember whether or not I acknowledge who that is or not. If I want to become one or become all, or if I want to see this as my calling to Christ, where I followed the path of the music rather than the path of God, or whatever they preached to you in a church. I preached about the church, of course. So, as much as it was an octopus's garden, of course, we humans are the octopus, so to speak, or so we come from, and that's why the lifespan of an octopus is so short. Their purpose is so far beyond what you can understand. They simply deliver the human essence. That's why they don't last for very long at all. It's a little creepy. It's very much overproduction, but they are life vessel forces. It's how they reproduce, and it's how we have acquainted ourselves on land. Part of being in the womb, that's the gestation period. That's when you're still in the octopus. What? That's why the womb is water, because it is the ocean. The bottom is creation, the thermal vents that lead to other dimensions and have created life on Earth. Come on, we come from the octopus, and when we die, we can float away or we can become other creatures of the ocean. The squids run everything. They run everything, eternal beings. Their bodies only last so long in the water here, but they live in space or a place that you couldn't maybe have a hard time fathoming, where, oh, you're okay, I have my eyes closed. It's kind of a cool trick, right? We've been to the center of the earth, that magnum core. If you were to descend into it, it's almost like you would enter the dimension that leads to hell. But as soon as the oxygen hits the air, it closes the portal. That's like the magnum in the earth. But it's also like the white light effect. It's not necessarily hell in the way that you might think of it. No one really ever said hell was inherently evil just because they take criminals there. Do we still see Australia as evil because it was colonized as a prison? Or do you still think it's a beautiful continent with a lot of amazing people? Like, to think that hell is inherently evil just because it has a prison system, okay, kind of sus. God gave him that job. Obviously, he trusted his judgment. Like, who the fuck said that shit was evil? It's probably the center of us all. And the thing is, the humans kind of have that resonance, that love frequency. That's why it's all you need is love, is to protect yourself on this planet. It's not that all you need is love in your relationships or in your life. It's not a 3D statement. And that's the thing. If you didn't vibe back then and you didn't take the fucking acid and you didn't get there, go to a different planet or species or level of creation or God or seeing, awakening your third eye, if you had none to do with that, you did not understand the message. It was the frequency. It's the same frequency they are talking about. 405. It's not, you can hardly even find it because it's a natural sound that humans make. And the more it gets derailed and the more it's imbalanced, the less protection we have over to what is being stored in the center of the earth. And essentially things are coming up. Ancient beings, old beings, even demonic, the dinosaurs at some point were released and grew into beasts that roam the earth, that were taken out by an act of God. Okay. If evolution leads us to dinosaurs, that is when you know it's over or you start over. New experiment. Humans, of course, have the capability of evolving into dinosaurs. If you keep making the decisions you do, you keep wanting to increase the population and then kill off the population and make people struggle and fuck with evolution. Of course, you're gonna have shit's messed up. Everybody's gonna end up dying when they don't get proper health care. Oh, you can't afford it? Then fucking die then. Oh, okay. You got a homeless problem. You got a healthcare problem. You got a fucking baby formula problem. You got a fucking everything problem. Why are you worried about who's being born? Quit producing so many goddamn octopus. We wouldn't have so many people. The souls have to go somewhere. Octopus are the vehicles in which souls enter the earth. And they crawl up and they don't. They find their womb through the octopus. So this is what's so crazy. 333, when I opened my eyes, I saw this that month. I love that this came up right now. I'm actually in awe. He just explained this in a way where I saw it, but I was like so confused by it, where it was like, okay, 33333, 33. It was like I had these visions of these maybe certain people who we were connected in the womb, but we each were attached to the tentacle of a certain octopus, right? And it was weird because it's people that I know but not well, and it was like, wow, have we all known each other in some way on some plane for like a long time, like our whole, like predating our lives? What is that about? Like, that's so weird. But right now, what he said just really bells for me because I'm actually, yeah, I think he should, calls for the bells. That was really, really explained a lot for me. And yes, that was very beautiful. That was very, 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 very beautiful. That makes so much sense because they kept showing me, then telling me I was an octopus and showing me. I had a dream, 2019, but it was like probably May, April, March even. I had this dream about, one of my friends at the time was trying to like escape me. What do you call that? Like, hustle me out of there, like I was on the run or something. She was trying to help me out, and I had my old car from when I was 19 years old. Was in the dream, and we were like sneaking out, and she was just basically like, good luck, but I'm going back. There's nowhere else to go. You'll get caught, but like, by all means, try it. That's part of your journey, and she left me there, and I was like, oh shit. And I think I did end up getting caught, or I hid in one of the tanks, and they didn't know I was in there. But I was like underwater. Like, it was this weird thing where it was like resistance is useless, and everybody was just becoming converted into water creatures, like underwater creatures. And so by the end of the dream, like I said, I had to hide from them, but also hiding meant hiding amongst the group. And so I just climbed in a tank and covered myself with a tarp and like watched what was happening. And it was like these creatures from underwater were walking on land, breathing air, and putting us humans in tanks and stuff. So I don't know if that was some kind of like precursor to the things that I would come to see months later, or if it was more conspiracy or more guilt of enjoying things like aquariums, right? Because it would be very, very stressful, But to hear him talk about the octopus being the soul, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. And that was such a beautiful connection because, like I said, during that experience that I had in October 2019, that, like I said, I went into on my streams last night, there was this vision of me being an octopus in a tank. It was almost like they were like, you can't swim yet. Like, we've shown you the future. We've shown you the ocean. We've shown you all these things, but you are still growing. You're still becoming who you are. So just stay in the tank. Like, it was kind of a command, but they were like, it was for my best interest in a sense. And that shit was still scary as fuck. And there's so many other details. Like, That's the thing. They were showing me the future because, like, I don't know, there was like a week-long thing where it was like, remember your dreams from childhood, remember everyone you've ever met, remember everything you've ever done, remember everything you've ever liked and everything you've ever said. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, okay, don't you think it all adds up to this? And it's like, what? Does it? And it's like, what if it did? And I'd be like, well, I don't want it. And then it was like, why? I'm like talking to a mirror, right? Full fucking size, length, whatever mirror, middle of the day kind of thing. And mentally speak. I talk to myself out loud. I don't typically talk to other people out loud unless I know no one's around. This was a more public setting, so a lot of it was in my head. A lot of it was more mental than it usually is, so to say. It was like John Lennon was my tour guide through fucking realms and stuff, and like he was trying to encourage me to have the confidence to walk with him and understand the power he had. But at the time, I was like, I don't even like this dude. I'm not going to sit here and vouch for him and rep him. And he's like, all right, well, I'm going to take you with me anyway. And I'm going to show you these things anyway. And he explained how the cliches of my name and another version of the story, I am nothing more than like a chemically driven experience rather than a full-blown biological human. Okay, that was almost like the future. Like it's become so, lost in obscurity. I believe there was a lot of visions, but there was a lot about the knighting process, and he was explaining like what the idea was or what I was supposed to be doing or the role that I was meant to have, and I was like very taken aback, despite the fact that there was a lot of evidence that yes, I had been manifesting it my whole life, but because it involved another person, twin flame stuff, very full circle. I didn't realize when I was embarking on these journeys separately that there would be so much tied in. It's taught me so much along the way that I didn't really think or even maybe believe before. But without getting too deep, and if you are curious about what I mean by that or have any questions at this point for myself or John Lennon, please ask them now. We're doing a little 60 seconds. Okay, let's see. Did it correct itself? Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. This is too much. I don't know. If you are new here, you don't know about the lag. It's just within my browser, and it's not, I don't think, lagging for y'all as much as it's lagging for me. So let me just try to exit out of this and see if reopening it and relaunching the video player will help. Okay, that works. It's like a regular 2-second delay now. So, cool. I will keep that in mind next time we have these issues. It didn't work that first night that it was happening, but now it seems to get it on track. Yeah, check it out. Good place to be. All right, so where were we? What were we talking about? What do y'all want to talk about? Nobody had any questions? I don't really have anybody on my Discord. But that's true, and it's not being a butt tonight is the thing. And it hasn't really been too bad since that first time it happened, actually. You are? I know. But yeah, I don't mind. I was tired earlier, but I think it's just because sometimes when the channel messages come in, I have to be tired so they can have a moment. Yeah, so I guess there is a few cards. No, there isn't. Zombie control. I think that's just been like a big part of the conversation. Is realizing the state that we're in with the things that we have going on, like technology or shedding skin for some reason just popped in my head. I don't know if somebody's into like reptiles or maybe is some kind of alien species. What the fuck? Sounds like an episode of X-Files to me. Or maybe that was Roswell. I don't know. Shedding skin. Maybe it's like becoming who you're meant to be. It's more metaphorical than literal, obviously. It is fall, but there is it's almost like a planetary arrangement that is giving the influence of spring. It's like this harvest season that we are in is not just the rewards we are reaping of what we've sown and grown and taken care of over the past 7 months or whenever, Aries season was, but it's more so to acknowledge that this is the start of something new, truly. There's a lot going on and nobody knows what it is yet because it hasn't really come to complete fruition, but there are people who are literally going to change the world with their magic and their possibilities and their powers. Look, we have Skull of Light, Illumination, and Invisibility, Authenticity. Who you are behind closed doors may be a secret now, but everything done in the dark will come to light. If you are not the person that you pretend to be, people are going to find out who you truly are. If you are not the person that you're meant to be, people are going to find out and you're going to be forced to step up, right? I don't typically do reversals in this deck unless I'm doing shadow work and not channel messages, but it's interesting that the Witch, the Earthly Weaver of the Worlds, and the Cauldron, Synergy and Healing are in reverse. Because whenever I see this Witch card, I think of myself because I'm an Earth sign and a Witch. And it's the Earthly Weaver of the Worlds, and I am the Necromancer, so it just makes sense. That's me. I love the Cauldron cards. Synergy and Healing are two of my biggest things, right? Like, two very big themes in my life. Why are they in reverse? But other than I need to take a step back and keep my hands off this one, right? I have to actually just say, meh. Probably not all it's cracked up to be, is it? I'll stay out of it then. I've actually done a lot of healing. I've done a lot of connecting. I've done a lot of this, blah, blah, blah. It's time for me to actually just do nothing. Maybe you are the witch of your world, but that to me is saying, yes, I have done enough actually. Trick or treat, mischief, and play. It's actually time to have some fun this holiday season. October is about having fun, especially if you had like a not so great summer, um, or whatever your last season was, depending on where you are in the world. If you had like a slow summer, didn't really do everything you wanted to do or anything like that, then fall time right now, October, is when you're gonna make up for that lost time that you felt through summer. Because there was some big jumps that we went through. It was like it wasn't necessarily a gap in time, but there is a reason everything feels so drastically accelerated, regardless of how fast we were moving and evolving our culture to begin with. There something happened. It was not necessarily a glitch. It was not necessarily a jump. It was computer stuff. That's just what they call it, computer stuff. Ghost, regret. Okay, so if you're gonna just regret taking things too seriously, you're gonna regret being too hung up on this and that, or just like thinking of the past and being sad about it, just have fun with it. Realize that it was an awesome time in your life. Just like let it be what it was, if that is indeed all it is, right? So kind of just go with the flow and Barmbrack, sweetness and synergy. Now that the healing process is begun, it's time to focus on one another, right? Because if the synergy and healing was in reverse, it's not to say that we don't need those things. It's that we must shift the focus, because healing is of the self, while sweetness is for others. We are bringing others together. We are being the first to apologize. We are coming in soft. We are coming in gentle. We are being the people that we would want to comfort us in our own sorrows, right? And that's like what that energy is all about to me. Mischief and play. Okay. Infinite possibilities, spider in reverse. Infinite possibility and spider in reverse. This is so weird. What my deck is like upside down, but then like random cards are right side up. So I didn't notice. That's so wild. I'm not gonna like fixate on it too much. I usually put cards back correctly when I collect them after a reading. And then if they are really upside down, it's genuine, you know what I mean? Because they're starting in reset mode, essentially. But Spider and Skull of Illumination were in reverse. And I find, or Skull of Stars, sorry, Infinite Possibilities. I find that odd because we were just talking about that, but really, if this is Infinite Possibilities in the reverse with Spider, which we just had a discussion about this, I don't know if you would call them spirit spiders, something way of fabric. I would say like it's the weavers of the fabric of space time and the social networks in life, spiders. Okay, I feel like having just got that message and seeing it in reverse with infinite possibilities is to suggest that there is perhaps such thing as divine order, but it comes from a mutually beneficial and not necessarily chaotically planned, but just being driven by nature, and for these entities to spin these webs and build these lines of connection, and for us to be on the same power grid and to share our energies with one another, and to be attached on the communal level, on the populace level, and be who we're gonna be necessarily, where the spider's already done the work, already done the weaving. You have already chosen, and the path you take, you can go in a different direction, but you're always going to be placed next to the person you're placed next to. Try not to blow a fuse, right? Because it is all just an electric grid. We're going to talk to Tesla this month too. Whoa, another one in reverse. universe. Okay, if you're one of those people who really think like you're so blessed and nobody can fuck with you and blah 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 blah, you better take extra precaution this month, because all your people or whoever your guides are a little outnumbered in the month of October, so you better humble the attitude. Even if you feel completely blessed and wholly protected in your daily regular life, the month of October is a bit different, and we all know it, okay? So don't count on your guardian angels to be there the whole month, every single time you need something done or you need to toughen up. Mummy, change. It's time to change. You can't rely on them so much. They're supposed to be there in a clutch. You're not supposed to be praying to them all the time. You're not supposed to be asking for their guidance all the time. You're not supposed to be trying to talk to them all the time. Your guardian angels, listen to how sassy my voice got. Your guardian angels are there to guard, not to guide. You have to find your guides, your spirit guides, your communal guides, your any kind of guides. Guardians are not guides. Okay? Scrying, intuition in reverse. You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. There's like this very much like a kind of energy with the angels that came up. The underworld and werewolf in reverse. Yeah, I did something. Half the deck was upside down, so it's just things are feeling a little flip-flopped. Once again, the underworld being in reverse would indicate that, yeah, this transition into Halloween, it's weird where it's almost like the dead are celebrating. The demons are here to work with us or for us, and there's a lot of congratulations going around. And it's usually things winding down at this point in the year. It's about getting together and having the meals, but this year is different. It's like everybody's coming together to celebrate, and no one knows what for. No one knows what for. And there's something going on, and it could be with anyone or all of us. It's a collective movement. There's a lot of progress that's been made behind the scenes and within each of us as individuals, where we're going to eventually come together sort of as a collective, but more so as a community, and show people the work that we've done, and how well we can function with our own rules, our own tools, our own resources, our own divisions of, supporting networks, just like we would be mimicking in the spirit world. Okay. Very cool messages. So yeah, the underworld being in reverse, it doesn't really feel like the dead are among us, does it? Not quite yet. Sometimes it takes a while. Retrograde's kind of ending. This Mercury in retrograde was pretty intense. And werewolf, exploring wildness, is also in reverse, where you got to be taking things pretty fucking seriously at this time. Okay? You got to be taking things seriously at this time. There's 3 major blockages right now. Let's see what it is. The veil, the future in reverse. You can't see it. You can't see it. That's the biggest blockage. You know something's coming. You know a congratulations in order. You know you're victorious. You know you won. But you don't know what you've won yet. And it's like you just can't see it. You're not allowed to see it. Even if you know the results, even if you know the outcome. Part of the journey is the surprise and the way it unfolds, and to be unexpected, right? There is just like a whole process that needs to ensue before anything can happen to you, and it's 5 views. May, could be May, 5th month. And also, somebody made those weird accounts last night. One of them was like, you have 8 months left. Like, that's so weird, but that's May. And I was like, I like Geminis and Tauruses, so fuck it. Okay. Cool. So next blockage. Ancestors, the love and legacy of our DNA. Your ancestors are not letting some shit go. They're either keeping you stuck in karmic cycles so that you can deeply learn your lesson and free your bloodline or someone else's, or they are committing you to something where you feel stuck or blocked because they're forcing you to do this. They're forcing you into this situation. They're forcing your hand in a sense. It could be both or either or for that. And the third blockage, skeleton strength. You're feeling like it's taking too much effort. It's like you're maybe needing to rest on it and to rethink it and to kind of pull back because it's taken a lot of your strength and you are just not really trying to fight anymore. It's like, oh my God, I'm sick of being strong. It's kind of the energy. If strength is the blockage, it's not that you don't have it, it's that it's just, it sucks to have to use it. Okay. Totally get it. Scrying intuition. Trust your gut. This month, it's all gonna be liquid fucking clear to you. You know, it'll come through in due time when it's meant to and when it's ready to. Aye, aye, Captain. Bum, 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 dun, 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 dun. The song, The Captain. Dun, dun. He's a cold-hearted and egotistical fool. Yes, sir, I know things are really bad, but this one here won't make it to the lab. Risk and reward. If you don't bite that apple, you'll never know what it tastes like. Yeah. Oh, hey. Were you here? Yeah, I know. I don't think I'm going to last much longer. It's a solid 4 hours. Oh, shit. Secret Society server. I hope these are cool tarot people. Hello. We're playing with these Halloween Oracle decks right now. How's it going? Thank you for being here, my sweet Scorpion Queen. Thanks for tuning in. And happy Halloween. It's officially October, baby. What's up to these raiders? Is it a secret society because none of you say anything? Hello. Ooh, it is at the 4 hour mark, so I'm rolling a 60-second ad. Hopefully you stay through it. Feel free to chat. Oh, you have to follow me first is the thing, don't you? And you're like, not committed yet. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, well, BRB, I'll be on top of my game in 60 seconds. Thank you. I'm back. Had to clean some lipsiness off my glasses. Thanks for the follow. She said BRB. I don't know why I thought she. Hello. I am. Thanks for the raid. I was like, man, this is the quietest raid ever. Kind of nice. Secret Society emphasis, right? Thanks for coming here. I hope you also had a good stream, assuming you were streaming. And that's usually how raids work, right? Still don't get it. I'm not super well versed in Twitch. Are y'all tarot? A lot of times I get raided by people with like tarot in the name. Oh, good. Okay, yeah, that's it. I figured was going on. That's cool. Ever since this new person said aloha, I've watched a lot of Lilo and Stitch with my bestie because she's like not even 4 yet. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Lilo and Stitch is awesome. Sorry that if that's like probably childish of me, where it's like aloha, like Lilo and Stitch, like maybe it's just a whole language and a whole place and culture and everything. Cool. But yeah, let's focus on the Alien show. What else is new though? That's kind of my whole brand. We love Alien conspiracy over here. I ain't even gonna lie. Yeah, that's great. No, that's great. I've never raided anyone because a lot of times, first of all, when I end a stream, it's because there ain't nobody left, and I'm like, all right, peace out. I'm not about to raid somebody with one other person who's not really feeling it, you know. So it's like really exciting because my raids are the only times where my view count is that high. It's super fun. But we have a good time over here. I know I'm a little different. I'm not for everyone, and I have no consistent schedule, and it's hard for people. And like, what the fuck time is it in so many different parts of the world? The witch, the earthly weaver of the world. I'm the local witch and the last beatnik in America, and your favorite necromancer. You guys want to hear? Oh, perfect. Hey, everyone. Want to hear? First of all, someone owes me something. Leave a tip, whether it's a follow, a comment, a nice tip, some advice. You can click a link. I'm like, hey, everyone. They're like, not me. Just kidding. I'm going to read this list, though. These are the channel messages we're going to be doing for the month of October. 31 days of Halloween Oracle. My Halloween Oracle I use for two things. The secondary purpose is that I do shadow readings, shadow work, Dark Night of the Soul, anything to do with the shadow self, kind of self-reflective, self-perspective, self-awareness readings with my Halloween Oracle. And the primary use is channel messages from the other side, the deceased, those who have passed on, right? This is the list of readings that we're doing this month. I haven't read it out loud yet, but I was like, oh, there's a bunch of people, maybe we'll come back. And a lot of people have laughed before I even got to it, so maybe it's like, yeah, it's not for everyone. I get that. So these are the readings we're going to be doing this month. We got Nikola Tesla, John Lennon, that was tonight, but he kind of comes up a lot. William Shakespeare, Kurt Cobain, Lou Reed, Ram Dass, Jesus, Curtis Mayfield, Mac Miller, Coolio, Aleister Crowley, Jim Morrison, Richard Pryor, Terence McKenna, Douglas Adams, Jackson Pollock, Frida Kahlo, Van Gogh, Alan Watts, Baba Vanga, Marilyn Monroe, Alex Trebek, Betty White, can't remember Mandela's real name, but it's definitely not Nelson. We'll discuss that when it comes up. Robin Williams, Artemisia Gentileschi, Artemisia Gentileschi, DMX, Carrie Fisher, Anastasia, Rasputin, and Nico. So like every day of Halloween. I might double up some days. I'm going to try to figure out who we're doing the next day the night before so I can let people know who's up each day. Or if I'm skipping a day, plan ahead for that. And yeah, so this month I always open with the demon cards. Those are usually reserved for my kind of like finance, economic related readings, anything that you'd associate with hell, like labor and working and money in general. But during spooky season, I let them off the leash a little. And during Halloween, demons roam freely. So we get kind of less specific messages. And I let them kind of cover whatever they want to. And it's more general. I've thought about switching it up and letting them do that any time of year, but people are very uneasy about the demon cards sometimes. So it's like I'd prefer not to cross such a common boundary. But Halloween, we've had an agreement. They're good all year round for me. They have to be let loose a little in Halloween season, right? Just the month of October. And then I want to close out with some angel cards as well. So I feel like the bulk of the John Lennon reading has probably passed, and I pulled some cards earlier at the very beginning, and he was a little impatient. Was like, if you want to do this, we're doing it now. You can do your little reading after. I feel like at this point we've distracted so much that I don't really feel the connection is super strong. But like I said, he comes up a lot. It's basically how we started using the deck like that, was together. So we've had some pretty interesting conversations about it. I am definitely hyped for this time of year. As a person, I prefer summer, springtime, the warmer weather, the sun. I love going outside and it's just like hot. I dig it. This time of year is cool too, but I know it's only going to get colder and I hate that. So, but I kind of thrive because of the work that I do during this time of year. When the veil is thin, when the dead walk among us, you know. When you can even kind of hear the living. I love this. I love this time of year. Just as well. Zombie control. Oh, if somebody's dealing with some kind of like addiction or something, you better get control over that shit. Not accusing anybody of anything. Obviously, you're all anonymous at this point to me, so whatever. But keep in mind, this is shadow work. This is like your shadow self, so a reading for your darker side, if you will. We've got hurt, happiness in our hearts and homes. You have to recognize where the hurt is coming from in order to heal it. So we have to kind of look back and realize that a lot of it does start at home. And part of healing the wounds that come from those places, especially when they are familial connections, is to make peace with it, but also cultivate an experience that you wish you would have had then for yourself now, because you are still that same person. So who is to say that doing it now isn't going to help, right? You've been waiting this long, you might as well try. Dawn, the light after the darkness. Okay, so if you have been doing shadow work for a while, my shadow work started about 3 years ago. Like I said, you can see the readings from yesterday, catch up on that. That shit, you know, it's finally kind of coming to an end where it's like you've done the work and you're passing your tests and you're not letting yourself be as triggered or whatever it is for you. That's great, you know. It is going to kind of get to the other side, especially if you are dealing with an addiction or someone addicted to drugs, even. Like if it's not you, it could be someone you're related to, where it's like people are coming to their senses. People are waking up and realizing what's really going on, what they really care about, what they really want, okay? And we have forgiveness, reducing the burden. You got to let some stuff go. If there is, there was things that happened in the past, let them be in the past and forgive the situation. And once again, be what you need for yourself. Because guess what? We have the owl in reverse, and this is wise seeing, wise action. This would indicate to me if it's in reverse, which I used to not really do reversals for the Halloween Oracle, but I feel like I catch myself saying that a lot, so maybe I do. This owl in reverse would indicate that you're surrounding yourself with people. I don't want to call them subpar. Ooh, it was 4114 and 14 viewers. So, yikes. They're a little subpar. Whoever you're surrounding yourself with are really not the people that you're supposed to be surrounded by. And the quicker or sooner or more you let that statement sink in and be true for yourself, the sooner you'll find the people that you are supposed to be around, right? You will find that they will come when you make room for them in your life. But if you're too busy, they're not going to show up. Okay? And then winter, the sacredness of pausing. So autumn's cool. Autumn's fruitful. Autumn's a good time. And then come winter, it might have to be pull back, rest, do something else for a bit, and it could also be getting integrated where it's like you really won't be busy till the spring, even if whatever is happening now, all this congratulatory energy that we don't know about, because there's a lot to yet be revealed to us, still in Libra season even. So we're talking the next 3 weeks basically, where things are going to start to make sense and be revealed, and you're going to understand why people are kind of like happy for you and other people are actually hindering you, right? You're going to really truly see that in these coming weeks. And everybody's expecting something. Everybody's waiting on something and has the same energy of hope and dystopia right now. And it's really weird because it's like, what is signifying that feeling amongst so many of us? Is it as simple as a retrograde? Is it as simple as a time of year? Is it as simple as a feeling or a hunch or Pandora's box being open? You know, like, what is that? Skull of Stars, Infinite Possibilities in reverse again. That's the second time, and like I said, I put my cards upright usually, except for the pink deck. Bottom of the deck, the Veil upright. In a way, you've seen the future. Just because you can't see how things play out doesn't mean you haven't seen visions of the end results. And I think for some people, that's what makes things so difficult for them, is that they do not know how it unfolds. They cannot see the process, and therefore it's hard to believe no matter what you've seen, no matter what you resonate with, no matter what you know you chose for yourself in this lifetime. It is also the reminder of this infinite possibilities being in reverse, that just because we have free will doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have a destiny to fulfill, that we didn't come here with a purpose, that we aren't here to like live up and play the characters that we signed up to be, that we've been casted in for the theater of life, right? It's just that kind of thing. It's so sweet in a way, but at the same time, it's almost like, what cost? Winter, the sacredness of pausing. Vampire, emotional intelligence. Gotta know when to give up. Gotta know when to let go. Gotta know when to take a break or to remove yourself, replenish yourself, okay? I feel kind of done with this deck almost. Winter, yeah, pause. We're gonna be done with this for now. Okay. What's done in the dark shall come to light. Anything your shadow is shall be your morning side. And if I'm standing on your mountainside and I'm crashing to your dreams, and we're all driving our own heads now. I don't even know if that's the real words, because what the fuck did I just say? That's just what I sing. I do my ad breaks every 20 minutes on here just so they don't do the pre-rolls or whatever. So I'm going to take these next few minutes just to chit-chat. How's everybody doing? A lot of still silent viewers. I get it, though. Not sure. I totally understand. I put the Halloween Oracle away for the night. We got a decent reading with John Lennon. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I don't know what the hell we've been doing. A little bit of talking here, a little bit of cards there. Did 2 demon readings, and I had those Halloween Oracle in my hands for a while. I started off tired today, though, so I don't want to exhaust myself too much, and I do want to stick to this ritual idea for each night being demon, Halloween, and angels. So when I say that I'm going to pull out my angel cards and do channeled angel messages, please understand one thing about this tarot channel among anything else is you will never and have never, will never, could never catch me with anything, even remotely close to some kind of Doreen Virtue deck. Okay, so my angel cards are not typical angel cards, and I'm not putting down anybody who is, except Doreen Virtue ended up being a fraud, and I called that shit a long time ago. It's all right. I was like, something about her don't sit right with me, and my boss was like, yo, she sells the highest number of tarot cards in the world. I'm like, yeah, and there's just something not right about that. And then she revoked it, rebuked it. So my angel cards were actually a gift, used tarot, my preferred, from a dear friend, a Capricorn, and they are discs. They're mandalas. It's actually the cosmic deck of initiation, or cosmic initiation deck. And I like to use them to channel messages from angels, not like the archangels of human form, such as Michael or Gabriel. Once again, Catholic, totally resonate with those. However, it's just not that kind of gig. These really are like the biblically accurate angels, just without eyeballs. Okay. So, like I said, kind of enjoy a couple minutes before we take a little ad break, and then we'll get into those. So, what y'all thinking? How y'all feeling? You're really, I mean, you're still, a lot of you are still here. Just still a little undecided, I see. That's okay. I get it. I would be too if I were not me, right? Yeah, I'm definitely different. I'm different. Yeah, I'm different. I'm like, how y'all feeling tonight? They're like, we're out. Okay. I like number 11 anyways. So this will probably be like the last segment of the evening. Like I said, gonna just roll a 60-second ad and we'll get into the Angel Oracle. If you have any questions for me or the angels, questions for me, ask. Questions for the angels, think. Okay. So, BRB. Cool, cool. Yeah, I was like ad break, then forgot to hit play ad. All right, so thank you for being here. It is getting pretty early in the midnight morning, but we are chugging along. We're gonna do some angel cards. Ooh. Just to close out the evening, our first day of Halloween. I will be back tonight, I do believe. And I don't know, I feel like Nikola Tesla's gonna have to be our reading for tomorrow. I feel like people have been requesting him. for weeks, and I held it off until I realized that we were going to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and guess Nikola Tesla's tomorrow. Monday, I should say. I don't know what time it is. So tomorrow could be in a whole nother day. All right. Here's what I'll say. Elaborating on some of the things we were just talking about with the whole congratulatory energy for things we have yet to see or know about or understand fully. There's another card down here. Oh. Night Song, Hidden Talents. A reminder from your ancestors to do that thing that they all do. Okay, putting that up there. All right, so back to that kind of like congratulatory energy and behavior that we have going on, right? We see at the bottom of the deck, Golden Rule. It all comes back to you. Because I'm very cliche bisexual, born in the 90s, you know that I love S Club 7. Bring it all back to you. Don't stop, never give up. Hold your head high and reach the top. Let the world see what you have got. Bring it all back to you. Dream of falling in love. Anything you've been thinking of. When the world seems to get too tough, bring it all back to you. Amazing. Hold on, would you try to be you ever. I'm pretty sure I can sing at least 2 of their albums. They're definitely one of my favorite bands. I don't know why I've been in denial of this long. Anyways, same idea. Bring it all back to you. That is the golden rule. It comes back sometimes tenfold. Be careful what you wish for. But know that you do have your guardian angels. And, I don't know, Pisces card randomly showed up. There's usually a lot of Pisces on my channel. Pisces is also the last sign in the zodiac, so it does feel like a cycle closing out or something. And so maybe it's a reminder specifically for a Pisces that it does all come back to you, good or bad, right? We have law of compensation and law of continuity here. And underneath the law of compensation, we have unity, and underneath the law of continuity, we have laughter, okay? So looking at these 2 laws, the law of compensation would indicate where the congratulation is coming from and what we are bringing back to us and what we're calling back into our energy, right? The law of compensation is reminding us that there will be a payout or a payoff and that it is coming. And whether we owe or whether they owe us is going to be revealed over the course of the next few weeks, okay? So unity, right? Sometimes putting these things back into balance is what brings people or communities together, okay? And we have law of continuity. Things are going to continue as they continue for as long as it continues, okay? It's not necessarily all about the chronological order of events, but the continuity of the events occurring at all. The continuous connection, thought, coming back to things, right? Giving it a second thought. And then we have laughter, right? So remember to keep it joyful, keep it playful. We got trick or treat earlier, mischief and play, and now we're getting laughter behind continuity. No matter what happens, remember that it was always there to be funny and to make you laugh, to make you smile, and to make you feel good. It was never supposed to be evil. It was never supposed to be your enemy. Here we have Gemini, okay? Gemini, if there's any Gemini in the building. Got double mutable energy. We were very much in a fixed phase. Fixed energy was very present and then pulled back. Fixed signs were kind of getting there or whatever. Mutables having a harder time. But universal harmony. It's been too easy for y'all mutables and too hard for us fixed signs, and that is coming, it's shifting and it's coming back into balance. Y'all are about to ride the ride of what we've been doing. All right. Fuck's sake. Aquarius, speaking of fixed signs, universal spirituality and universal wisdom. Trust in the universe. It will have its way. It is too powerful to master, right? Universal freedom. Triple universe. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, that's cool though. Aquarius. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. I have an Aquarius moon, so I love that. And Pisces. Could be looking at those winter months. We did see the winter card like 3 times before starting this reading, so not bad. Cool. Gonna take a second from the tarot. How we doing tonight, y'all? You've been watching for a minute, still haven't followed me, and if you don't follow me, you can't really chat. I think you gotta have a verified account anyway, but I guess don't follow. Lady knows. I had a fortune cookie today, and I never read the fortune. The code is mightier than the sword. Lucky numbers 3, 5, 12, 22, 34, 43. So we see 1, 2, 2, 2, and 3, 4, 4, 3. Double angel numbers. We love to see it. Love to see it. So, how you doing? You never, oh, right. This is the conundrum. Silent views. I'm thinking about heading out. I appreciate you all being here. If you want to discuss some of the readings or anything with me, especially if you're new to the channel, I'm down to stick around for a little longer. But if it's going to be Ghost Town, quiet, lurking silence, I feel pretty good about the reading that we've already done. I could go do literally anything else. I guess I'll roll an ad and just see if anybody speaks up, says anything, if we get any action, and if not, I'm going to call it. So think about it, consider it. Love y'all, appreciate you being here and shit. So, cool. Oh, okay. I appreciate you. No pressure for you to stay either. I really, really appreciate the energy. Like I said, when it gets later in the night, I'm used to being a smaller channel, and there's a lot of times it feels like I'm talking to myself, even with viewers. But after so much in the night, it's like, man, I'm not really doing this for myself. Does anybody give a shit? And it's like, you do? Cool. I'm with it. I'm here for it. Sorry to, I added the intense ads 10-minute apart, 3-minute ad. I don't usually do that. I just thought like there was no one real paying attention kind of thing. So this is a book I published in 2013. It's more or less a poetry collection from ages 16 to 21, poetry and prose, and put together and published, like I said, 2013. And we've read the whole thing on my streams over the course of the last few weeks. I've just had I've had people pick numbers each night, sometimes more than one a night, and we got through it. I guess probably only took a couple weeks. So you pick number 20, and that is actually a story. What? Have you been here the whole time? What? I was about to. Yeah, okay, hi. Do not say that because I will say your name so fast. This is literally not. Please tell me you did not falsify an entire personality. No, this is not the same fuckboy I know in real life who is always constantly saying that he's your boy. Oh, God. No, he would never put Oki in his fucking screen name. Anyways, hey, welcome back. I was going to read a story. So, this one in particular is called The Traveler, and it is inspired by a story someone told me when I was working at a Coney Island, which is basically like a very small diner. Okay? So, yeah, number 20. And since we've read all of these, but I'm letting people pick numbers anyways, right? It's kind of fun to think that maybe this is the story you needed. Okay? The Traveler by Mystex. I hadn't really expected to encounter the Dalai Lama while I was hunting for more of whoever I might be across the Asian continent, but I guess we ended up in the same place at the same time. A one-in-a-lifetime kind of time. And I think I needed that. People were lined up to be faced by His Holiness. He had a cup of tea in one hand and a fan in the other. And you got to ask him one question. Stupid questions resulted in a splash of tea in the face and a smack with the fan on the head. I stood there mulling over my entire life as quickly as possible, trying to come up with a question to ask him. Do I want to know his explanation of why we are here, or perhaps how we got here? Do I want to ask him what numbers to choose when I go home and play the lottery? Maybe I could ask him, how might his life be? And he too. I could even ask him a terribly hard math question. I wonder if he's good at math. The man standing next to me asked if reincarnation were true and what exactly would happen if a time machine was built and you were in your past life cross paths with a present form. Splash, smack. Okay. Well, everyone else seems to be able to hear me. He moved on without saying a word. I was nervous. I'm not sure if I was supposed to be nervous, but I was. I think he noticed I was nervous because the longer I stared at him, the better I felt. The Dalai stood before me, and I looked into his eyes, and as mine swelled with mourn and despair, as I somehow managed to fumble out the words to form the question, will I be okay? Splash, smack. He chuckled in my face as he turned away to answer more questions. He peacefully muttered, always. Aw, I was like, I remember when I wrote this one. So I was working at that Coney Island diner thing. I was probably like 20 years old. This picture is from 2013. The red lighting makes it look kind of weird. It's just like a regular picture. Yeah, from Short, Strange, and Slightly Deranged, unfortunately only available on Amazon, which I absolutely do not support, but they bought out the publishing company that I used to use. So, cool. And if you liked that, you can pick another number 1 through 22 if you feel like it, because I can just read to you. If you like the things that I say, you'll love the things that I write. I do a lot reading, writing, reciting, etc., etc., etc. Love that. But I do imagine I will go soon. But how soon? Always up for debate. I do this a lot. Ooh, I love the number 13. I do that a lot on my streams where I'm like, I'm leaving, and then an hour and a half later, I'm like, all right, everybody, good night. So this is pretty much that point in the night. And I know I played that obnoxious 3-minute ad, but y'all ain't even saying anything, so I might as well on you. But I try to keep it every 20 minutes, and so I don't want to throw off my rhythm schedule, so I'm going to load the ad. I'm so sorry. But a 60-second one. The 3-minute one is because I thought I was signing off. My bad. Number 13 when we come back. Cool. And why do I eat during the ad breaks? Because nobody gets to watch me eat for free. Ain't that the truth? Okay. Number 13. The Mad Hattress approaches a life-altering ultimatum. That sounds fun. Probably isn't, though. Oh, yeah, this is kind of a depressing poem. This was also the Coney Island Diner era. I feel like I could definitely write this way better, but I like some of the lines, but altogether it just doesn't really have the flow that I like. So I feel like this is bottom tier work of mine, but I'll read it no less. Every day the world spins, the people rise before the sun, or when it's gone, I've tried everyone. Every day my head spins, the people stare like I'm the sun, they want me gone, I've tried everyone. Every day the table spins like night and day, the people gone, I'm no one. Every day it feels the same, like a song I've heard before. It sounds like love is in despair, like hope hit the floor. Every day it looks the same, like you're just one more. Where did love go? I'm in despair, just another whore. Every day it tastes the same. When it rains, black coffee pours. It's like yeah. Cute. I think I might actually be tired. I was trying to like stick it out because I was having fun with the Raiders, but I think I'm gonna go. I really appreciate you. Love the energy. Hope you'll tune back in. I love asking people their star signs and stuff, sun signs, I guess. Sometimes we like to go over people's charts and stuff too. But right now, it was kind of a quiet evening the whole time. And now I'm almost 5 hours into the stream. And it's like, I sometimes will push myself to get to that hour mark. And tonight, I feel like I'm in fucking mode. I could care less. I think I'm gonna go to bed, y'all. It was lovely to meet some new people. Thank you for those of you who are always tuning in. And remember to check my Discord for the best and most accurate recent updates, as you will find that you'll never really find a schedule for my streams on Twitch. I just will make a quick Discord announcement once in a while. Not once in a while, I just started using. Oh, this is what I think God looks like. I totally forgot to send that when that was relevant to the conversation we were having, and it's not my Discord link like I expected it to be. Well, let me get that for you. And if not on Discord, you can follow me on Instagram at ILMisstex for stream announcements as well. Like I said, I don't schedule them via Twitch, so it is very random. Once again, thank you all for being here. 4 hours, 44 minutes. Oh my God, I'm literally about to leave. I was like, I'm so tired, I'm calling it. And look, it's 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds, so you know it's meant to be. I only got like not even 4 hours of sleep yesterday, so I will be back tonight. I usually do stream around this time, really late hours of the midnight morning. I don't know where you're at, but it's definitely like a different kind of schedule for most people, but I don't get much activity like before this time, and that's why it's like most nights I'll stay up super late, but last night I pushed it. Like it was insane how early it was when I finally went to sleep and I didn't stay asleep. And so now today I'm like not fucking lasting and making it as late as I normally do, where I'm like, man, I'm just not even trying to fight the sleepiness. Um, it could be in one way like more channeled messages, because that sometimes happens where I gotta like close my eyes and tune in. But honestly, I think this one is pure exhaustion because I've been a wee tired all day. So I'm hitting the hay. I love you all. Join the Discord. Check out this image of God that I found on the internet. Tune in to last night's stream to learn a little bit more about me, my background, and my relationship to John Lennon. If you watch this reading, you'll catch a demon reading and some channel messages from the demons before we get into the John Lennon Halloween Oracle part of the stream. And enjoy some of the content that I've been releasing. And I will be back tomorrow with Nikola Tesla, the Gang of Demons, and some cosmic initiation. So thank you once again for showing love, showing support, being here, being there, and being everywhere. Good night and good luck. And thank you so much. Have a good one, and perhaps, if not a sweet morning, then a sweet dream.